Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the South Burlington City Council meeting for March 16th, 2026. We will begin tonight's meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance led by our City Manager, Jesse Baker. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jesse. That was item one. Item two is instructions on exiting this building in case of an emergency and a review of our technology options.
So thank you all in the room for joining us tonight. If there's an emergency during this meeting, you can go out the rear of the auditorium on the left or right-hand side and then turn left or right to get outside. For those joining us remotely, thank you for joining us as well. If you'd like to speak during any item on our agenda tonight, you can indicate in the chat that you would like to speak and I will have the chair call on you, or you can use the raise hand feature in the webinar Zoom. We would ask you to put your full name down, listing your name as an attendee so we know who we're calling on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Item three is agenda review. Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of the agenda items tonight?
I'd ask that we move Hubbard up at least one slot. The item 10, possibly to
after 8?
Sure.
Above 9, between 8 and 9?
Sure.
And also, we might want to move the councilors' announcements and reports and committee assignments and the city manager's report to the end of the meeting after 15.
That makes sense.
Is that okay?
Yep.
All right, so we're going to do that. These are marked on my agenda right now.
Can you approve the agenda as amended?
You what?
Can you have a motion to approve the agenda?
Can I have a motion to approve these changes?
Motion to approve changes to the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. Going to item 4, are there any comments and questions from the public tonight that are not related to anything on our agenda? Now's the time to speak up if you're in the audience or online. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you very much. There are no comments and questions not related to the agenda. We're skipping item 5, which will be at the end of the meeting, and we'll go on to item 6, which is our consent agenda. And we have several items on the consent agenda. Item 6A, which is, of course, our financial warrants to consider and sign those disbursements. 6B, which is approve the minutes of this meeting from January 12th, 2026, February 2nd, February 5th, and February 17th of this year as well. Item 6C, which is approve and authorize the city manager to sign a 2-year lease extension with the General Services Administration for the South Burlington Vet Center at 19 Gregory Drive. 6D, award the consulting contract of the Buildings and Thermal Implementation Plan to Building Electrification Institute. 6E, authorize staff to join the Charging Smart program to support communities interested in advancing electric vehicle adoption and infrastructure in their communities. 6F, approve the purchase of 3 2026 Ford Explorers with hybrid engine technology and allocate up to $121,000 of the general fund's unassigned fund balance for this purpose. Item 6G, approve an application to the Settling Grants program by City Market to support a summer CSA program for seniors. And finally, 6H, approve an application to the T-Mobile Hometown Grant to support efficiency upgrades at the Wheeler House.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I had a quick comment. I had a number of questions related to all of these disbursements and items, which I am very grateful. City staff responded to everything this morning in detail, so I appreciate that, and it's making it very easy for me to approve these tonight.
And I had a question about 6F, the Ford Explorers, and asked the chief and Jesse why we weren't able to purchase EVs for the 2 administrative vehicles, and I was satisfied with the answer, so I appreciate that, and I know that we're going to be working to replace one of the community vehicles with an EV and maybe a motorcycle with electric going forward, so I understand where we are in that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. It's unanimous as well. That concludes the consent agenda. We'll now move on to item 7, which is receive an update on the events of March 11th, 2026, and the local response to the federal actions in South Burlington with the city manager, Jesse Baker, and Bill Bro, our police chief. Good evening, gentlemen.
So, while Steve sets us up, yes, thank you. That's good. Can you plug, I'm okay for right now. Can you plug Andrew in? Thank you, Steve. All right. So I am going to kick us off and make a few remarks. I'm Jesse Baker. I serve as the city manager here in South Burlington, and then turn it to the police chief. And then I believe the chair will facilitate a conversation of the council and then take feedback from the community. So to start, I want to thank the council for this opportunity to come and talk about the ICE actions in South Burlington on March 11th, 2026. Chief Bro and I want to take the opportunity to speak as frankly and transparently as we can. We'll talk about the events of March 11th, the actions we took in response to the ICE actions, the investigations that are underway, and if needed, what we learned from those investigations. Let me be clear that this was a terrible event, an event instigated by ICE, unknown to us, that did not need to happen. And tonight, as we sit in this room in South Burlington, I hope we can focus on our community, how we showed up, how the events as we experienced them, the actions of our professional staff, how we treated each other, how we spoke to each other, and how we let our voices be heard. I'm thinking about, did we do our best? What can we learn from this situation for the future? And did we treat each other with the respect that we should moving forward? You've heard me, you council have heard me say before, a privilege of those of us in this room hold at this moment in our history is our roles and our opportunity to hold down local government and local communities. We are where government shows up in every day to provide direct services to each other and to hold the trust between each other. I was in the command center through the entire event on March 11th through the press conference. I watched the live streams of the body-worn cameras. I followed the media coverage. I spoke with our partners, and I've heard from many residents. While I'm proud of Chief Bro for immediately initiating a review of all of our actions to ensure we followed our policies, I am absolutely convinced that our community is better off today, less harmed, and safer for the service of each of our South Burlington police officers and leaders on scene and in command on Wednesday. I firmly believe that the actions of Chief Bro and the South Burlington police officers ensured a higher level of safety for our community than we would have experienced had they not been there. I believe they saved lives on March 11th. I want to make a note about the men and women of the South Burlington Police Department who are there on March 11th and who have protected our community every second since that event. Each day, we ask them to enforce our laws and care for our residents. We expect the very best from them. We resource them well, and we train them and set the highest of standards for them. On March 11th, they gave that back to our community with professionalism, calm, and care for all. If we expect the best in the worst moments for our community, we need to meet them with our best as well. We need to show up in partnership with them to protect our neighbors. We need to treat them as we would want them to treat us. We can fight for our rights while respecting those who we ask to hold us accountable to the laws of the land. We must treat each other with civility, respect, and compassion that all of our neighbors and our employees deserve. If we don't have this trust, if we don't treat each other well, they win. Aggression with aggression, violence with violence is not the answer. It is not how we hold together our communities or shape the future we want. One of the primary things we ask of our South Burlington police officers is that above all else, they use their minds, their words, their hearts, and their actions to first and foremost de-escalate every situation. We ask them to use time to calm situations so that our hearts and minds can catch up with one another and allow us to treat each other as we'd like to be treated. As we go through this discussion tonight, I ask that all in the room think about how we de-escalate, how we calm our worries about the future of our country, our worries about our communities, our worries about how our neighbors are treated, our worries about how our staff are treated, and focus on a productive conversation about how we can all do better for one another over the days and weeks and months to come. And with that, I will turn it to Chief Bro to go over the events of the day.
Good evening, Bill Bro, Police Chief, for the record. What I'd like to do tonight is go over a timeline of events as they're known to us. Everything I say tonight is based on the information we have at this moment, based on review of body cam footage, recordings from radio transmissions, phone calls, as well as other videos that have been posted online and news media accounts. After that, I will give you my direct observations of why certain decisions were made. At approximately 7:38 a.m. on March 11th, 2026, the South Burlington Police Dispatch Center received a 911 report, an automated 911 report from within a vehicle accident in the area of 345 Dorset Street, involving multiple vehicles. Officers from the South Burlington Police Department responded to the area and located an unoccupied vehicle with extensive damage in the southbound lane in the area of 435 Dorset Street. That vehicle was occupied solely by the operator of the car, who was uninjured. Officers additionally located a vehicle further northbound, in the northbound lane, abandoned in the area of Boxwood Drive. Officers also located several ICE agents in the area, to include 2 extensively damaged ICE vehicles. The preliminary investigation into that crash at that time led the officers, and myself included. I responded to the scene to determine that federal agents with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, attempted to apprehend an individual believed to be associated with the area of 337 Dorset Street. That is the house where all the activity happened later in the day. When the individual fled in a vehicle, ICE agents attempted to box in the vehicle in the parking lot of 435 Dorset Street, which is Dorset Commons, which is just south of the fire station and essentially across the street from the high school and middle school complex. When they attempted to box in the vehicle fled, crashing into 2 ICE vehicles and a parked vehicle. The vehicle then went up in a grassy embankment over the sidewalk and into the travel lane, where it collided with the vehicle that was traveling southbound on Dorset Street. The vehicle then went over the center median into the northbound lane, proceeded short ways down the street, and was left abandoned. 2 individuals fled the vehicle, and ICE agents informed us that they had witnessed the 2 individuals flee back inside to 337 Dorset Street. The ICE supervisor explained that they had an administrative warrant, not a criminal warrant, for an individual, a 24-year individual who was later identified as Daniel Corona Sanchez. The ICE supervisor stated at the time that his intent was to request through the United States Attorney's Office, District of Vermont, a criminal warrant for Corona Sanchez for the federal crime of re-entry into the United States, as well as the federal crime of assault on a federal agent related to the crash, as well as obtain a search warrant to search the home. I asked the ICE supervisor how certain he was, how positive they were on the identity of Corona Sanchez, to which he replied that Corona Sanchez was the target of, and that the agents had watched him get into the vehicle prior to the crash, and the agents observed him flee back into the residence. At the same time, social media posts about the ICE activity on Dorset Street occurred, and community members began arriving in the area. Given that by our own fair and impartial policing policy, which I will say at this moment, throughout this event, I am certain we've honored our fair and impartial policing policy. Based on our fair and impartial policing policy, and because ICE only had an administrative warrant for this individual, we investigated the crash like we would investigate any other crash, exchanged the information, had the vehicles towed, and like we would a crash anywhere. But we did not respond back to 337 Dorset Street, and we took no other action at that time related to the immigration enforcement. I instructed the on-duty shift sergeant to keep an eye in the area, to monitor any crowd that had formed, but that we were not having a presence in the area, and really that was done by vehicle, by driving through the area. At approximately 8:40 a.m., I was made aware by Chief Burke of the Burlington Police Department that he had received information that Migrant Justice had sent out a rapid response request due to 2 ICE vehicles outside of 337 Dorset Street in South Burlington. At approximately 8:45 a.m., the information I was getting was that the crowd was continuing to get a little larger. I was informed that ICE was still present on scene. I called the ICE supervisor, the on-scene ICE supervisor. I was unable to have a full conversation with him at that time due to the noise of the crowd. The ICE supervisor at that time requested our assistance due to what he described as an actively hostile crowd interfering with the agents. I assigned Deputy Chief Briscoe and instructed him to take a contingent of officers to the area to ensure protection of First Amendment rights, ensure agents were not being physically assaulted, and stressed to him, and I know he stressed to the officers he took, that we were not involved in the ICE enforcement, but solely the safety for all of those in the area. Between 9 a.m. and 12:15 a.m., the South Burlington police officers continued presence with approximately 6 uniformed officers on foot in front of the residents in and around the driveway. During that time, we had additional officers down by South Burlington High School and South Burlington Middle School. During that time, our officers had countless interactions with people that were there in protesting ICE's activity, explaining that we were not there to assist ICE in any way, that we were there to ensure the safety of the general community. I had a second telephone conversation with the on-duty ICE supervisor who informed me that his intent was to serve a warrant when obtained and that he requested additional federal agents to do so. I attempted to have a conversation why he felt this was the only appropriate option. He was unable to provide clear reasoning, even after I explained multiple other investigative avenues that could be followed that could, in my opinion, result in Mr. Corona Sanchez at some point being taken into custody without the needed show of force or what I was afraid would happen. Unable to provide a time frame, he just stated that once the U.S. Attorney's Office obtained the warrant, they planned on executing the warrant. I had previously had a meeting that was arranged by Chief Burke in Burlington, given what was happening throughout the country about a month ago, with not only Burlington Police, but our partners with state police and other local law enforcement, where we specifically discussed that there was a high likelihood that some event related to immigration and customs enforcement and a large protest as a result would occur somewhere in Chittenden County. We needed to make sure that we were prepared to deal with that. And that first meeting that we had was really to understand each other's capabilities and make those initial points of contact. Based on that meeting, I contacted Captain Mike Philippek of the Vermont State Police, who's in charge of their TSU or Tactical Services Unit, who oversees their element of crowd control. That conversation happened at 11:19 a.m. And during that conversation, we talked about that right now the crowd was very calm, and it was not a hostile crowd. People were yelling and screaming and being obnoxious to the ICE agents, but quite frankly, I didn't care about that. Nobody was actively being physical or assaultive. We talked through if a response from the state police was needed, what that would look like, what their lead time would be, potential staging areas for vehicles, that kind of thing. I had a telephone conversation with Chief Burke of the Burlington Police and informed him that should we need immediate assistance, the state police assets would take a while because these are troopers coming from every corner of the state, that we would call Burlington Police Department first. I asked him to alert his on-duty officers that should we request assistance, they would at least understand what they were coming into and why we were there. I had a conversation with State's Attorney Sarah George. I informed her of what was happening. I also informed her, she had several questions, particularly about private property rights. I informed her that we made contact with the property owner who allowed people protesting to be on the property and they were not trespassing. I also informed her of why we were there and what our intent was, and she was satisfied with where we were at. I had several conversations with Vermont State Police Colonel Birmingham, and I began live streaming body-worn camera footage from officers at the scene. I was here at City Hall watching body-worn camera footage from various offices. Our body-worn cameras have the ability to I can log in and live stream that feedback and watch it. At approximately 12:15, a unified command post was opened here at City Hall. At that command post was myself, Captain Philippek from Vermont State Police, Deputy Chiefs Young and Labarge from the Burlington Police Department, City Manager Baker, the South Burlington Public Information Officer, and the South Burlington City Attorney. At approximately 12:25, 2 additional ICE agents from New Hampshire arrived, and the crowd escalated and attempted to physically block agents, and one of those agents deployed pepper spray. One of our police lieutenants received part of that pepper spray. The crowd, and I'm watching this on body cam footage as it's happening, the crowd became more aggressive, more people moving into the street and surrounding not only ICE agents, but South Burlington police officers, who attempted to step between the agents and the protesters. The lieutenant on scene requested additional assistance as he believed the crowd was growing and becoming more agitated. Because of that and what I saw, I requested that Burlington Police Department send additional officers to the scene. I also requested that our officers that were in front of the middle and high school come down to the scene, and we requested assistance from on-duty Vermont State Police troopers assigned to the Williston Barracks. At that point, I made the determination to shut down that section of Dorset Street as people were in and out of the road, and clearly there was going to be somebody getting hurt or hit by a vehicle traveling in the same area. I requested the ICE supervisor respond to the Emergency Operations Center as well. At approximately 12:45, the ICE supervisor responded to the EOC, and I reiterated my concerns. And when I say I voiced my concerns, it wasn't a very cordial conversation. We had a lot of conversations where I thought the tactics they had shown so far were outside of any consideration for public safety, and I reiterated my concerns that their desire to attempt to execute a search warrant in the manner they were going to do it was not safe in terms of public safety. He essentially had no change in their response. It was, we are going to serve this warrant and get these guys today. I asked to speak to his supervisor, and I spoke to a supervisory agent out of Boston, again relayed my concerns, and again I was told they were going to affect the warrant the way they were going to affect the warrant. I coordinated with the Vermont Information and Analysis Center and learned that there had been numerous social media and other posts and other information that various groups and individuals were asking people to come to the scene because of the ICE activity. At this time, Assistant Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations. Now, Homeland Security Investigations is under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security, but it's not. It's a separate organization from ICE. It's not. They're two distinctly different organizational structures. They also have no operational control over ICE. That HSI ASAP showed up, as well as a acting supervisor for the local FBI office. They offered support. Both agreed that the tactics that had been used by ICE and the tactics they plan on using did not make sense. They were not in the best interest of public safety, and both also offered alternative suggestions on how ICE could proceed in a much more safe manner that didn't involve what they inevitably did. I spoke with a supervisory agent in charge in Boston ICE, and again relayed my concerns, and again they fell on deaf ears. At one point, the ICE supervisor walked into a room I was in here at City Hall and stated that he had Washington on the phone, and they reiterated that they were moving forward with the plan. At approximately 1:30 that afternoon, one of our sergeants that was on scene was approached by a woman who explained that she had joint custody of a 3-year-old child inside the house. At the same time, an ICE agent told the sergeant they had information that there was a child inside the house. I'm not sure how this transpired, but the principal of the Rick Marcotte Central School and the DEI director of the school district, who I've subsequently learned had a previous connection with this family, arrived and took custody, somebody from inside the house relayed custody of the child out to them. From about 1:30 to 4 p.m., the crowd continued to grow, but there was no acts of violence. There was no people who were blowing whistles and doing what they were doing, but there was no immediate public safety issues that had to be addressed. During that afternoon, several attempts were made again with the ICE supervisor on scene, to get him to reconsider what they were going to do. At approximately 4 p.m., officers witnessed a noticeable influx of people arriving and bringing in backpacks and other equipment such as gas masks, face coverings, helmets, goggles, and padded gloves. A plan was developed that to attempt to limit any force by ICE and to protect ICE agents, that the Vermont State Police, Burlington Police, and South Burlington Police would follow in behind ICE when they made their attempted entry into the house. We discussed that ICE would provide notice to the people that they were planning on issuing or effecting their warrants, but that the local police would be there really to stop ICE, the limited number of ICE agents, from using what I truly believe would be much more significant force, and we saw that later in the evening. I'll talk about that in a minute. And also to ensure that the crowd didn't overwhelm the agents and assault an agent. Homeland Security Investigations worked with us, and we facilitated getting legal wording for a dispersal notice. I contacted the United States Attorney's Office. It was one of several conversations like that I had with them, and we talked about potential if people were violent towards law enforcement or violent towards each other, how we would handle that under federal statutes, and we made it very clear, and then we subsequently made it very clear to every one of our personnel that we would not try to effect an arrest for pushing and shoving or things that if you did at any other time as an individual against the police officer, you'd probably get arrested for. Understanding the size of the crowd and the concerns of the crowd, we essentially stated that we would only try to make physical custody arrest of people that were actively physically assaulted to either law enforcement or anybody else. Every agency, local agency and state agency that was there had representation in the Emergency Operations Center, and we had command staff members for South Burlington. It was the Deputy Chief Briscoe in the field. I personally briefed all of them on what the plan was, what our involvement would be, where those lines were, and we specifically also discussed our duty to intervene and stop excessive force by other law enforcement, to include excessive force by ICE. At approximately 4:50 p.m., a valid criminal arrest warrant was obtained by ICE. At approximately 5:11 p.m., notice to the crowd was provided by ICE that they had a criminal arrest warrant and a search warrant to enter the property for an individual inside, and they asked the crowd not to interfere and to allow agents to do their job. At approximately 5:27, agents made entry. Immediately behind the agents were Vermont State Police, Burlington police officers, and South Burlington police officers. Our intent was to make sure that they could get to the front of the house as safely as possible for both themselves and for the crowd that was there, that they didn't end up having to use force simply because there wasn't enough police officers. At approximately 6 p.m., ICE, while inside the house, searching the house, agents believed that people were hiding in an attic space, and ICE agents deployed a flashbang as well as chemical agents inside the house. There has been some reports of a weapon fired inside the home, but that was ICE agents deploying a flashbang. A flashbang is a diversionary device that makes a loud bang and often a bright light. It's designed to distract or for a short period of time, kind of stun the people that might be hiding. Agents took 3 people into custody, none of which were the original target of their investigation. At approximately 6 p.m., a crowd surrounded and blocked vehicles as ICE agents loaded the detained individuals into vehicles and and were trying to leave the area. Troopers and police officers were initially unable to move the crowd, and at this point the crowd is much more. Rocks are being thrown, bottles are being thrown, people are trying to attack occupied law enforcement vehicles, and they're not letting. And tires on several of the agent vehicles were slashed. We were initially unable to move the convoy of vehicles as we had hoped. My hope was truly to, get the agents and officers out of the scene as quickly as possible to take the temperature down from the crowd. However, the crowd kept the agents and officers there. There were several communications back to the Emergency Operations Center about potentially needing more police assets. And quite frankly, we let cooler heads prevail. My comments to the commanders on scene were, if people are not physically being assaulted, let's slow things down and let's try to move these vehicles one at a time, which is what we were able to do. We were able to move the vehicles, not in a convoy, but in one at a time, and get them out of the area. One ICE vehicle, which had its tires slashed and had some sort of metal rod inserted into one of the back tires, was unable to move initially. The agent was ordered by me, or the ICE supervisor who was with me was ordered by me to tell the agent to abandon the vehicle. My concern was more for the safety of the agent than for their property. The ICE supervisor refused to give that order, and it required a phone call to ICE in Boston to get that order to happen. A plan was put in place to have troopers go up to the driver's side of that vehicle and safely try to extricate that ICE agent away from the crowd. The ICE agent refused to get out of the vehicle and commented to the troopers that he had the ICE SWAT team coming back. The ICE SWAT team had been used to go into the home. He had ordered them back. They had already cleared the area. He had ordered them back, or asked them to come back to rescue him. And that's what you see. Most of the extreme violence is ICE agents deploying flashbangs, pepper foggers, OC foggers, and firing pepper balls at people. That is the ICE SWAT team trying to, extricate that agent from, or get that vehicle out of there. They were able to drive the vehicle out of a short distance away. That was at 7:03 p.m. Once that ICE agent was out of there, the crowd then turned on several troopers that were in the area. And at this point, we believed as the vehicles were leaving, we started pulling back our local police officers and state police officers, because again, our belief was we have to, if the crowd is upset that we're there, the sooner we can get out of there, hopefully the sooner the crowd would calm down. So there were only a handful of troopers remaining, unfortunately, at this point, and the crowd turned on them, chased them to their vehicles, and then started to attacking their vehicles, to include smashing windows. One trooper had glass in his eye. One trooper was hit in the back of the head with what appears to be like a Yeti coffee mug. And several officers were injured, none of them seriously. So that's the timeline of what happened. Now I'd like to go over my observations and explain or clarify some things that I know people have questions about. First and foremost, I have zero authority over ICE. As a local police chief, I have no authority to stop ICE from doing their job, whether I agree or disagree with it. I have no operational control. There's nothing I can do to stop ICE from doing their job. I think I explained already, but this was a incredibly tactically poorly thought through plan by ICE. From the original apprehension, trying to conduct a rolling roadblock or rolling blockade of vehicles by agents in an area at any time is unsafe, but specifically at 7:45 in the morning across from a school with school children and people walking and a lot of activity. We're very fortunate that didn't turn out much more significant. Additionally, I thought their plan to execute a warrant with hundreds of protesters standing around the building. Well, first, I thought their plan to execute a warrant for an individual that was initially only wanted on an administrative order was extreme. In fact, there were several conversations about, why, and I was unable to get clear answers. Why is there such a desire to affect this arrest today in this manner? And really, what it came down to, in my professional opinion, was two primary issues with ICE. The first was, in my professional opinion, and I've worked with a lot of federal agents over my career, and I find most of them to be extremely competent people. And this is not a shot at ICE agents worldwide or anything else. I'm specifically referring to ICE that day. However, there were two primary failure points. One was poor on-scene leadership. Nobody was able to take a step back and really have full control from their perspective on what was happening and why it was happening. The second thing was I believe they were ultra focused on quote unquote getting their guy, that they were unable to or refused to balance serving the warrant with general public safety. I will tell you, anytime we execute a search warrant, regardless of what it's for, we always look at all of the possible public safety consequences and then make the determination if it's safe to do so or not. That was not happening here. I felt I was left with two very clear options. Neither of them were good. First was we could remove all local and state police from the incident, and ICE would execute a warrant with about 20 to 25 agents, and to include a SWAT team, most of whom were from out of state, with a crowd that was growing and becoming more hostile. I feared that this would likely result in a heightened level of force by agents, that although likely would have been legally justified, just based on the shared numbers, I believed it was completely avoidable. And I think what we saw later in the night with the ICE SWAT team just trying to salvage a vehicle, the extreme amount of force, I think we would have seen that, quite frankly, from the beginning of this incident. And there's no doubt in my mind that that level of force, that ICE intended to serve this warrant in any means necessary. And they would have done more damage and used more force than had we not had police officers there. The first thing we're taught when it comes to use of force, the first level of force, is officer presence. If one officer is, and a person's becoming hostile or combative, the first thing we like to do is get a second officer there, because maybe if there's two officers, that person's going to rethink what they're doing. So that was my first option, which obviously wasn't in the best interest of public safety. My second option was to increase our local police response. We don't have enough officers to do that ourselves, which required the assistance of Burlington and state police. My hope was to limit the needed force by agents, if possible, ensure that agents safely, and also ensure agent safety from protesters, and ensure people that were there truly to be peacefully protest could do so. My motivation was never to assist ICE, but it certainly also was not to prevent agents from carrying out their duty, which they were legally authorized under federal law to do without my knowledge or approval. They were also allowed by our own fair and impartial policing mandates at this point, allowed us to assist them if I had chosen to, because at this point they had a criminal arrest warrant. But that was not my intent. I do want to, while we're talking about fair and impartial policing mandates, I don't agree with the statement I'm about to make, but I think it leads to perspective from ICE's. I think it's something we should at least think about from ICE perspective. We cannot expect ICE to provide advance notice or cooperation or take into public safety into consideration in their operations when our own fair and impartial policing mandates prohibit us from cooperating with ICE. Again, I don't believe we ought to be cooperating with ICE in certain circumstances. I agree with our fair and impartial policing, and it is our internal policy, and we enforce it. But I think our fair and impartial policing policy was really designed at more of the local level. This happened somewhat in reverse. Our fair and impartial policing policy is designed for when an officer stops a motor vehicle and conducts a traffic stop. We don't ask people their citizenship status and then report that to ICE. We arrest people all the time for all kinds of crimes, and we don't ask them their immigration status. We don't, even if we know what their immigration status is, we don't report that back to ICE. However, now we're here, and our fair and impartial policing policy also shouldn't prohibit me from making sure that I can hold the interest of public safety paramount to everything else. And I really think we did that. I think we honored our fair and impartial policing policy to the letter. But I think it's important that that conversation happen about, demanding ICE give us advance notice, which they are not legally mandated to. But there's also mandates on us to not provide them with any information as well. Although a complete review of the events in their entirety and reviews of every use of force incident are ongoing, what I do know is that use of force by officers and agents was in response to action of those present. As much as we need to ensure that we highlight all misconduct by law enforcement, it is also imperative that we acknowledge that there were some in the crowd whose actions were far beyond peaceful protest or even civil disobedience. There were people in the crowd that assaulted officers, threw objects at officers, fired pyrotechnics at officers, damaged and attacked occupied law enforcement vehicles, and obstructed agents from leaving the scene. We cannot accept the level of violence perpetrated against law enforcement to go without acknowledgement. I believe that as the council has an obligation to ensure that our officers follow policy, procedure, and the law, the council also has the obligation to publicly condemn the violent actions of some of those who were present. Remaining silent on this point, characterizing the event as a peaceful protest, would be irresponsible and an acknowledgement that the violence against police was justified. What are we doing next? To ensure all of our officers follow the law and policy, every use of force will be reviewed, as would any use of force. In addition, given the unique circumstances, independent of that review, the entire incident, all force used in the entire incident, will be reviewed by our use of force committee, which is comprised of senior use of force instructors for both compliance and training purposes. We are in the process of reviewing the incident in its entirety and developing a minute-by-minute timeline of the events. This will take time as we have in excess of 100 hours of body-worn camera footage to review. That information will be used to ensure policy compliance, policy adjustment, as well as training and equipment needs, among many other purposes. With that, I will gladly take any questions the council might have.
Thank you, Chief, for that chronological timeline and analysis of what transpired last Wednesday. Does the council have questions for the chief? Who wants to go first? Let me just preface that the council is going to discuss this first and ask questions, and then we're going to take comments from the public, and I will give you the rules for those when we get there, okay?
So I will have a few other things to say, but just while the chief is up here, thank you, Chief, from the bottom of my heart. I know last week was incredibly difficult, and your diligence, your preparedness, your completeness, your calmness is just incredible, an incredible asset to the community as the entire force is. What I just wanted to understand a little bit, I know that when there's a civil administrative warrant, we don't assist, we don't cooperate. But can you explain a little more when ICE has a criminal warrant? What our obligations are? Do we have obligations to help execute? If not, what's the framework for determining how we interact, what our role is, what assistance, if any, we provide?
So we do not have our fair and impartial policing mandate policy, which is a mandate from the state, allows us to cooperate with ICE if they should have a criminal warrant. We don't have to. We're not obligated to do that. In general, if this was not in this instance, if we were aware that ICE was looking for somebody and they had an active criminal warrant, that would be a decision. I would want to review the case, speak to ICE, and understand why we should or should not cooperate with assisting them. Here, I didn't think, based on what I knew, based on the underlying reason why they were first looking for this gentleman, my understanding was he was arrested by another community for DWI in January after being previously removed from the country. I didn't think that dangerousness to the community existed. And I didn't think, which is why I had expressed my concerns to the ICE supervisor on scene and his supervisors, why I didn't think we needed to make that level of force or what they wanted, how they wanted to do it, I think was appropriate. So to answer your question, we're not obligated to do that. We wouldn't do that unless and it would come to my level, unless I felt there was an immediate public safety concern, and that the community would be unsafe if we didn't immediately assist. So if they were looking for somebody for, multiple murders, something like, something extreme, something where I could clearly attach, if we don't arrest this individual, there's a public safety threat.
I guess I just wanted to explore a little bit. You mentioned that local police and Vermont State Police kind of formed a barrier between the crowd and ICE as they went into the house. And was that because there was a criminal warrant and you felt you were allowed to do that? You were allowed to provide that level of...
No.
Okay.
That was to really, in my opinion, limit, like I said, force that was clearly avoidable by ICE agents, right? And I think what we saw at the end of the night, them, throwing flashbangs and shooting people with pepper balls, I think we would have seen that right from the get-go if we hadn't had that. Us doing that was to ensure that there would have been a lot more violence potentially on both sides had we just allowed ICE to kind of do that on their own. And that was, again, to the heart of the awful decisions I had to make. Allow ICE to do this with zero involvement from us, and we debated these, vigorously in our emergency operations center. Again, the options were allow ICE to do this without any local law enforcement present, understanding, and we've all seen the videos throughout the country of the tactics that ICE would most likely use. And I agree with the city manager. I don't think it's being over dramatic that we definitely saved significant injury to individuals as well as potential fatalities to individuals. And it was unconscionable to me to allow that to happen. Having a uniform presence there, I understand people believe that we assisted ICE. I really don't care what you want to call it. The reality is us being there was more safe for the community than us not being there. And that was my decision. It had absolutely nothing to do with assisting ICE or not assisting ICE. It was clear to me ICE was going to execute this warrant at any means needed. And that really concerned me.
Thank you.
Other questions? Lori?
So I'll preface my questions or comments with some comments. What we're facing as a community is unprecedented. Our community is being attacked by our federal government. Our law enforcement is trying their best to protect our community from an incursion that we neither want nor asked for. And we have every right to be outraged. That said, if we expect restraint from our law enforcement professionals, we have to show the same restraint. I don't know how many of you have had people get up in your face and scream at you and expect you to stay calm and mellow and peaceful. In 1963, when Martin Luther King was running his civil disobedience and civil rights movement, he had a commitment card that everybody who joined the movement had to sign. And this was about nonviolent protest, nonviolent standing up for the rights and doing what we need to do to protect ourselves. And a couple of the things on his commitment card are observe both friend and foe the ordinary rules of courtesy. Refrain from violence of fist, tongue, and heart. I was disgusted by some of what I saw, the way some of our citizens were treated. I was equally disgusted by the way I saw some of our citizens treating our law enforcement. And I think it's happened because though we've known that this has happened in other cities, and I know that our law enforcement and city officials have worked hard to try and prepare for something like this. We do not have a coordinated connection between the protest organizations, the safety support systems that we have. We don't have a system of communication so that within the protesters, they know how to handle when there's a agitator in their crowd. It is much the responsibility of the protesters to control their agitators, as it is for the law enforcement to control their officers. And I've been involved in protests my whole life with tens of thousands and more. And I have seen civil disobedience and nonviolent protest that had no violence. So we have a lot to learn as a community, and I would like to see our city, in conjunction with our other community leaders, stand up a task force so that we can develop the chain of communication, maybe have mediators that are ready to show up when something like this happens. It's very likely that this will happen again, though I pray that it doesn't. We need to develop the chain of communication between all of us so that our community heals the rift that we feel, rebuild our trust, and can work together as a community when we have another invasion. And while I know that there are a lot of things that our law enforcement community is going to review and is going to discipline where needed, I am deeply grateful for what happened on Wednesday, and I'm completely distressed by it. And we as a community on both sides can do better. And I did send something around to council, to you, Chief, and I would like to see us, I believe time is of the essence. We don't know if something like this is going to happen again tomorrow or next week or next month. It's imperative that we as a community come together and have the deep conversations we need to have so that we don't treat each other this way again. And I hope that the council will consider sanctioning us putting together a task force to try and work towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Any other comments? Beth?
Yeah, first I want to extend my incredibly deep gratitude for Chief Bro and the South Burlington Police Force for the way that they handled the situation. It was an impossibly difficult situation. I'm not the first one to make that observation. I agree with you. We need to condemn all violence from the police, from ICE, from people who are there to protest. I also think that, I just want to separate the violent response to the police that we saw last Wednesday from the acts of civil disobedience, which, is known to be a legitimate, well-tested, time-tested method of opposing oppression. Martin Luther King, Susan B. Anthony, Mahatma Gandhi, all of those people engaged in nonviolent civil disobedience. And I think the chief alluded to that. When that devolves into violence, where people are throwing things, hitting, it degrades the message of justice that underpins civil disobedience and resisting oppression. So I would agree that we need to look really hard at everything that happened last Wednesday and ask ourselves how we want to do this going forward. And I'm not here to scold anyone. I think this was an incredibly difficult situation. It was predictable that they were going to come, but it was unpredictable how things would unfold. I think with regards to a task force, I have a lot of questions about that. I have questions about the role of local government in prescribing how the public should, and I don't know what you're envisioning, Lori, but I think that there are some really hard questions we need to ask ourselves when we propose a task force that consists of organizations within the community who are protecting the rights of vulnerable individuals and the privacy risks of bringing those organizations into the room with local government. There may be legal risks for the local government in engaging in that sort of collaboration, if you want to call it that. Again, I don't know what you're envisioning, but I think that we have to ask some really hard questions, and I wouldn't want to see us rush into that decision without hearing from the public, which I would like to hear. I would really like to hear from the public instead of making all my comments that I've, spent hours considering. So I'll just leave it at that. I think there are many lessons to be learned from this. For me, the most important one is that whatever our individual roles are in these events, I believe that we need to remain peaceful and reject all forms of violence against all people. Even the most peaceful communities are no longer peaceful after ICE shows up. They're a rogue organization. They've betrayed the public trust. They've engaged in criminal activities. They've murdered people. They've put people in inhumane conditions, sometimes resulting in death. All of that is to be strongly condemned. But I think that going forward, I hope we can find ways to protect our neighbors and resist these really criminal activities and sloppy activities at best, while preventing them from destroying the peace that we enjoy in South Burlington and throughout Vermont. So I'll leave it at that. And I look forward to hearing everyone's comments. And again, deeply, deeply thankful for the way that our highly professional, highly compassionate police department handled these events, and to Jesse Baker, who I know worked tirelessly as well.
Thank you, Beth. Elizabeth, any comments?
Just briefly, Tim, Lori and I had an opportunity at a conversation with a counselor on Saturday morning to meet with several members of the community, and the general feedback that I think I walked away with was two things. One is kind of an ongoing update on after action assessment and what lessons may have been learned, Chief. So I think that will be something I know I'll be interested in as a counselor in receiving some routine updates as the process goes through. And then the second component is really a rebuilding process, which I think Lori alluded to, one option. But I think tonight, those of you who have shown up, I know I am interested in hearing your comments and incorporating them into any subsequent action we might propose as council.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What? Sure.
So as the chief said, and last week was tough for all of us. As the chief said, the tactics used by ICE were thoughtless, and were really my worst fears realized. Having passed the resolution to ask ICE to stay out of Vermont, they created fear, confusion, and anger in what's like such a beautiful, safe, normally quiet community. ICE made us less safe and did a lot of harm. Thank goodness for Vermonters that came out in numbers to stand up for justice, to raise their voices, and to stand in solidarity. I'm proud to be a Vermonter. Just want to recognize again the chief. Jesse said it so well. Our police force, I believe, acted with the utmost professionalism, care, and respect throughout a very, very difficult and tense situation. Now, as others have said, I also understand the civic imperative of civil disobedience in the face of tyranny, and I understand the anger and the impulse to impede ICE, to block the doorway, to block exit of the law enforcement vehicles. And I also respect the courage it takes to do so, because it takes a lot of courage. But once ICE had the criminal arrest warrant, it was inevitable. We know this, that they were going to use force to exercise that warrant because they don't care about public safety. And when the force came, the result was chaos. And in that chaos, the focus shifted away from protection to managing the chaos. And it didn't have to go that way. We pride ourselves on doing things differently, on dialogue over division, community over confrontation. And these events should challenge all of us to ask whether we can be better, whether we can do better. And I ask everyone to reflect on their actions and the impact on the community. I hope we won't have another event like we saw last week, but we need to be prepared that we will. To be more prepared, as Lori said, we all need to talk. Whether, I appreciate the suggestion, proposal, whether we implement the task force or otherwise, we need to talk together to help build a structure, to plan for more effective, safe, nonviolent, Vermont strong resistance to future ICE actions. We also need to rebuild trust, to coordinate and collaborate. We can do better. We have to do better. I hope we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to make quick comments. So Andrew and I overlapped for about an hour and a half. He was there first for quite a while. I came in around 5:30 and left around 6:45 and observed from across the street. And I received numerous phone calls on my landline at home during the protest. I received numerous emails from people concerned about it at my email address at the city. I just want to be firm here. There were no winners on Wednesday night at all in the city. Nobody won. I understand protesters' anger because I understand how we feel like there's an attack on our democracy that's going on right now. We saw what happened in Minnesota. We saw the results of that. They were tragic. This council passed a resolution about that, condemning that. And this is the first major ICE action in Vermont that solicited a really large protest. And it's the first time that our police department and others have had to respond to deal with that. There was a lack of self-control on the protesters' part because of the anger that is felt. And I totally get that. But you have to understand that when it gets to a certain point, it needs to be controlled. And that's why the chief had to call out as many officers as he did and also get the state police and call in Burlington as well so that people didn't get hurt badly. And I think that was the outcome from that night. I know some people got sprayed, and I know that, there was some shoving and there were some other things that happened too. But for tonight, what we're here for is to hear from this police chief, from this community, about their timeline and how they've reviewed so much information to find out how their officers behaved. I think that is good information for us, and I think it's a learning opportunity for the first time that we've had a small-scale riot in our city, which is a small-scale but very tense act of civil disobedience. So that this problem has been fomented for years by failed federal policies on immigration. There was a bipartisan solution for immigration during the previous administration that was torpedoed by the current administration that would have made some real progress. So this is not our fault. This is not the police's fault. This is a Washington, D.C. problem that's been going on for years and years and years, but it's landed on our doorstep as of Wednesday. And we need to know how to deal with it. And we need to know how to work together so that nobody gets hurt and everybody gets a chance to go there and give their opinions to ICE when things like this happen without getting hurt, without hurting anybody else. So I'm going to entertain feedback from the room and also from online. I want to tell anybody online, if you want to speak, you're going to have to raise your hand in the app and also change your name so that we can see your name. Like, for example, there's somebody by the name of B. If you want to speak, you're going to have to put your full name into the meeting. How many people want to speak tonight? Just raise your hand. So we have a lot. Okay, so I'm going to impose a severe 2-minute limit on everybody, all right? And I just want to remind you that we have some decorum here and rules about speaking in public. So when I call on you, please come to the podium. There's a couple of little signs there that tell you how to turn on the microphone, and you've got to turn it on. I want you to state your name clearly, and I want you to tell me where you live, and you're going to keep your remarks to 2 minutes. And I want you to direct your comments to me or to Jesse, the city manager. And please, if you're in the audience, if you hear something you don't like, an opinion you don't like, keep it to yourself. Don't shout back. Let the person be heard. That's what this is, a meeting in the public. Right now, it's going to be a little bit of the public. All right. And I don't want anybody to make personal or impertinent or threatening remarks to anybody or to us. All right. So the people closest to the podium, did you want to go first? Sure, come on up. And I've got a little timer here, okay? You got one too? Okay.
I just want to start by saying I get that this is a hard issue.
Excuse me, you need to state your name and where you live.
My name is Gabby McIntyre and I live at 6 Sherry Road, the house directly behind the house that was a part of this the other day. I get that this is a hard issue and I respect that, but I want to ask what you're going to do next when this happens tomorrow or next week. And I think we have not spoken yet about the experience of the people in that home. So I just want to walk you through what it would maybe be like for me. I leave my house. I'm chased by unmarked vehicles with Vermont license plates on them, 3 of them.
So, ma'am, I'm the one who supervises the chief, so please direct your comments to me.
Is that required or can I speak to them because they are our public officers?
In this meeting, it is.
To speak to me or the chair. Thank you.
I'm chased by multiple vehicles who then have no markings on them. And I maybe assume that because my skin is brown, they are ICE, who has been, as it's been noted, known for disappearing people, murdering people, breaking laws. I run into my house. Then my house is surrounded by men that have shirts wrapped around their faces. We saw this. We are these folks' backyard neighbors. And you're telling me the only thing that could be done is I'm supposed to stay in my house. We saw police officers arrive on the scene after we called, and I'm supposed to stay in my house. And the only thing that the police officers could do was arrive, and then they left. And that is supposed to make me feel safe in my community. I just don't understand. If this happened again tomorrow, we would call migrant justice again. You have put us in the position where you're asking us to do so much, and you did not prove that morning by showing up after you were called that you just showed up and left. What are you asking us to do? Just stay in our house surrounded by armed men? I don't understand. So if this happens again tomorrow, I just don't know how it's going to be any different.
Thank you. Who's next? Come on down. Remember to state your name and where you live.
My name is Rebecca Savage, and I live at 15 Cherry Road, also in the neighborhood where ICE was the other day. My question is similar to what Gabby said, that if you knew the warrant was only for one person, why were 2 innocent people taken out of that house? Why weren't they protected? They are residents of our city. That is my question. I would also just like to address the local organizations that have been working to protect the brown and black people in our community. I wonder if any of you have attended any of their trainings that are open to the public. They have been conducting them for a long time now, and they do instruct about peaceful, nonviolent protesting. And for most of the day on Wednesday, we were nonviolent and peaceful, and they made many announcements to the crowds about how to stay that way. So I would just like to support them before any of them get condemned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Nicola Mendelia. I am a resident of South Burlington. I both work and live on Dorset Street. I would like to comment on the use of police excessive force on both myself and another protester. I think that in my time there was a lot more that I saw, but for this specific instance, at the point in which people were trying to prevent ICE vehicles from, leaving with the kidnapped family.
Can you pull the mic a little closer, please?
Sure. At the point of the day in which protesters were attempting to prevent ICE from leaving with a kidnapped family, I found myself right up against state troopers. I was going to comment on the actions of two who were in front of me. There was the one directly in front of me who used his excuse me, entire body weight to pull on the bike helmet that I was wearing at the time, causing injury to both my neck and my back, as well as bruising under my chin as the strap choked me for about 10 seconds, and bruised up the side of my head. And then the state trooper to the left of him told my friend, who's going to be speaking after me, Jess, that he was going to break her fingers, and then used his hand to choke her until she was unconscious. And I can speak on that, like that 100% happened. So as far as our state's police forces working to protect us in this, I think that it is worth considering the way that they are deciding to treat the community instead of putting their backs to the community and defending our rights and our community with that same force against a known danger. Like if ICE is who we're worried about murdering people, why are police not facing them? Why are they facing us? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica. Actually, I go by Jess. I don't really know why I say my full name, but I have the flu, so apologize my voice. I live in Burlington, and I work on Dorset Street. On Wednesday, I was choked until unconsciousness by a state trooper. I was standing in the street at about 6:03 following the removal of the people from the home. I was on the front line, centered before the violence by the troopers began. My elbows were linked to the people next to me, Nicolo included, with my fingers locked together. I felt confident that because I was not violent, I wasn't screaming obscenities, that I was just standing my ground, that I would be safe from assault. The state troopers were in front of us and waiting when they started to push in a V formation. The state trooper that was in front of me started to try and pry my fingers apart. He told me he was sorry, but he was going to break my fingers. I told him I'm a climber and my grip strength is great, and he wasn't making much progress on trying to break my fingers. Immediately after I said this seeming as if the statement was the reason for the dramatic escalation, he then pushed my left shoulder down and with his left hand wrapped his fingers around my throat and pulled me into him and squeezed until I began to lose consciousness. My vision went black and I flailed trying to breathe until I became limp. I don't remember how long I was unconscious for, but I know that I was dragged limp out of the crowd, unable to breathe, until I landed on the ground where nurses attended to me. The nurse, Meg, who will speak next, spoke to me the next day, reporting that she had unzipped my jacket and that had been pushed up against me in my knitting, which had previously been zipped into the hip of my jacket, had made its way up my chest to my neck. She said there were finger-sized lines on the side of my neck, and I was unable to breathe for the first couple seconds. When I was able to breathe again, my breathing was short as I was gasping for air. She said it was clear that someone's fingers were what was choking me and that they had not pushed me away, but instead had pulled me into them. EMS eventually got to me and I was checked out. The next day, I had bruises on the side of my neck and under my jaw. This assault happens within minutes of the first push from the state troopers into the crowd. It was reported to me by others that my assault served as the catalyst and seemed to serve permission for all resulting violence for state troopers and the ICE agents that stood behind them towards the crowd, as if seeing their colleagues participating in the assault gave them similar permission to participate in a free-for-all. And all remaining violence from all parties of law enforcement and protesters beyond them happened because of this.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Meg McKinnon, and I'm a resident in Milton, Vermont. So I've lived in Vermont since 2013. I'm a proud resident of Vermont since the minute I graduated from UVM almost 10 years ago. I'm happy to call Vermont my home. I'm a registered nurse. I work here in Chittenden County. I care for people. I stand up for what I believe in, and I also just attended my first ICE protest here in the state that I'm proud to call home. What I witnessed on the evening of Wednesday, March 11th was horrific. I have worked in the healthcare field for 10 years, and I've been a registered nurse for 8 years. The words horrific don't come easily to me. I chose the word horrific because not only does it speak to the amount of violence I saw at the protest, but it speaks to the amount of hate. I first arrived at the protest a little after 5 p.m. Shortly after I arrived, I heard whistles from the crowd and people yelling "Tactical is here." I looked down Dorset Street and I saw blue and white lights parading down the street. I then saw state police emerge out of their vehicles in tactical gear. They had guns, helmets, bulletproof vests, and face coverings. After state police inserted themselves into the crowd to help ICE enter the home on Dorset Street, and after 3 people were removed from the home, I then moved into the southbound lane of Dorset Street. I was on the outskirts of the crowd when I saw a young woman fallen from the first line of people that were face to face with state police through the crowd. I leapt to my right, trying to catch her, but I could not reach her. She hit the ground inches away from me. From there, my experience as a medical professional took over. I assessed this young woman and found her to be unresponsive and struggling to breathe. What I then saw is consistent of what I call horrifying. There were marks around her throat, leading me to believe that she had been choked. It was clear that someone had been so close to her throat and pushing against her that her jacket and knitting she was working on was stuck against her chest. When she came to, one of the first things she stated confirmed of what I saw. She said she was choked by police.
You're over 2 minutes, just so you know.
Okay, I'll be quick. I stayed with her until EMS was able to get her on a stretcher, and after that, the scene started to escalate as state and local police officers took over. The rest of the evening, I continued to watch, record via video, and tried to help protesters who had been assaulted. I obtained water to hand out to protesters who had been pepper sprayed. I can stand here today talking about what happened for hours, but I will end my statement with this. There are people in our community being harmed. How can law enforcement do better? How can we prevent Vermonters in the future, regardless of their state of citizenship, from being harmed? How can we make sure what is happening in Minneapolis and elsewhere does not happen here? How can we make sure that healthcare workers are not shot when trying to protest and help others? How can we make sure a young woman like Jess is not choked when trying to protest and stand up for something she believes in?
Thank you. I'm going to stop people here just to let you know that I'm hearing complaints about Vermont State Troopers, and we are not here to talk about them. We're here to talk about our own police force. So if you have complaints about Vermont State Police, I mean, maybe this is not the venue for that, but I appreciate it. Excuse me? Hold on. I'm just trying to draw I'm trying to point out the fact that our chief has gone through an extensive timeline outlining what he did to try and maintain public safety and people that he called. Each of those individual groups are responsible for reviewing their own body cam footage and their uses of force. All right, and we're reviewing still ours, but we have some preliminary conclusions from that. So I just want to remind you that this is not the State House, this is not the VSP, this is the SBPD. So if you could just frame them more about that, because we did not control the Vermont State Police. Go ahead. Okay, you can't speak unless you're at the podium. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Vivan. I live in the south end of Burlington. You heard some pretty horrific acts of violence that VSP committed. You're going to hear a lot more as we go down today, and you're not going to hear all of them. Unfortunately, we have a lot of footage, luckily, so a lot of this will hopefully reach the places it needs to reach. I think that a lot of it is very relevant, both because of South Burlington Police Department's terrible and shameful decision to call VSP, who has harmed and, nearly killed multiple people that day, multiple Vermonters, but also because it challenges the narrative that both, I believe, the council and police chief have put forward, that there's this sort of both sides. I thought that was really interesting language. I think that what I want folks to hold on to when they hear some of the sort of harm that was caused that day is the circumstances of it. I remember seeing a pastor singing "We Shall Overcome," and tear gas was shot into their face. I remember a woman who was standing in front of the door. 3 ICE agents grabbed her, tossed her to the ground, and they kicked her repeatedly on the ground. There was no rocks thrown before that moment. So let's not create this mythos of both sides. That kind of deeply violent language is what is actually a sort of much deeper collaboration between the police and ICE, which is the ability to protect the justification of these horrific uses of force. I also just, I want to look at the perspective of some of the people in the house. I appreciate what somebody else said, but for a child who is sitting in that house, a 3-year-old child, seeing a group of white men with guns, they don't know the difference between the badges on their shoulder. And when they're all facing the house and when they're pushing protesters aside so that ICE can kidnap their mother, they're collaborating. It's a moral collaboration, an immoral collaboration. Moreover, the position that both South Burlington Police Department, but especially VSP, took of facing towards protesters and pushing them, and the stated goals to prevent protesters from successfully protecting their community by South Burlington Police Department should be seen as collusion.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Ashley Rooks. I live in South Burlington. I was wondering, did anyone get on a loudspeaker once they got what I thought was a judicial, but turns out it was a criminal warrant to let people know that they can officially enter now?
What was that?
Yes, there was an announcement. I was there present, and there were 2 announcements.
Everyone could hear it? Or because like there's times I can hear you, and then there's times like when the door is open and I can't hear anything. But I think this is something we can do in the future. Make sure everyone hears legal, and they now have a new legal thing to stand on. And then secondly, it sounded like the police and all the different forces stayed together after they got their person and left. And I was just wondering if they could then just get on the loudspeaker again and announce it's time to reopen the road and all the protesters need to get on the sidewalk, or else then they could be detained, as just another way to get people to, they can stay there as long as they like, just stand on the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ray. I live not too far from here and not too far from what happened. Neighbors, counselors, I'm standing here tonight deeply disappointed, but not surprised. Over the past few days, we've watched our city respond to what happened during the ICE raid in South Burlington. 3 members of our community were taken, kidnapped from their lives, their homes, and their families, while many of us were still trying to understand how something like this could have happened here. And it became very clear, very quickly, how the city intended to frame the story. Before the community had a chance to speak, before the people who were most affected were heard, before the fear and harm that rippled through our neighborhoods could even be acknowledged, the narrative was already set. The line has already been drawn, and it is painfully clear that the city had decided who believes is at fault. And when that happens, the whole story is decided before the truth is fully heard. There's always a winner and loser. But it wasn't the people who won. Not the neighbors who watched the federal agents take people away, not the families now wondering when or if they'll see their loved ones again, not the community members who showed up because they believe South Burlington should be a place where people look out for each other. 3 people were taken from our community. That should be in the center of the conversation from the beginning. The human cost, the fear, and the trauma. The reality that federal and immigration enforcement showed up in our city and people disappeared into that system. Instead of the conversation had shifted somewhere else entirely. And that choice matters because when the institutions close ranks and decide the outcome before listening to the people they serve and trust, communities fracture. And the message sent to the public is unmistakable. Some harms matter more than others. Tonight, I want the council to hear this clearly. Many of us in this community expected better. We expected leadership that would center the people who were taken, the neighbors who were harmed, and the community that now have to live with the consequences. Right now, it does not feel like that's what's happening. And that's why so many of us are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Kellen. I live in Burlington. I want to state I wasn't there for the worst of it. When I was there, what I did witness was a brief scuffle between ICE agents and protesters where South Burlington police officers were present. I didn't see any interference. I didn't see anybody step in to help those 2 protesters, one of whom was tackled to the ground. I thought I was going to witness the next Renee Good or Alex Pretty. I'm thankful that I didn't, but I didn't see any SBPD intervention until there was a crowd formed around those agents, pushing them back, chanting ICE out. Where were the South Burlington police there? Why weren't they facing the ICE agents who were harming protesters? Why were they facing us?
Thank you. Come on down. Hi.
I'm Nathaniel Madison. I'm from South Burlington. Can I give a little bit of context about why I'm here before I talk about what exactly happened on that
Within
day?
2 minutes, you can.
Okay. So what happened is today, when I was at the protest in front of the courthouse, we were protesting and singing chants for Christian, and somebody came speeding down the road and nearly mowed down 50 to 100 protesters. I am completely exhausted because I chased this guy down. I have never run so fast. And when I got there, because my mom was in the crowd too, I told the guy, I said, do you realize you almost ran over my mom? And he said, I don't effing care. And then the police just allowed him to go scot-free, and they treated me like I was the criminal, okay? Let's talk about what violence is acceptable. To me, it is acceptable when violence is done to people who are standing up for people's human rights in this country, okay? Now, let's get back to the events. I just want to talk about Gwen. I don't know her that well. She seems like an incredibly good person, incredibly caring person, incredibly dedicated to her community. And Officer Gonzalez slammed her into the ground and caused a concussion.
He's a Burlington police officer.
Yes, that is.
He's Burlington, not South Burlington, just so you know.
See, I didn't know that because it was like the fog of war,
I know.
I didn't even know that. I just know that his name was Officer Gonzalez.
I know.
Yeah, so. Then additionally, I saw people being kneeled on, but I don't know what officers were doing that. I was trying to take photos and videos and document it, so I was so focused on that it was just like a tunnel vision, but I saw a lot of people being kneeled on. Okay, the woman who fainted, I don't know if that was the one she just talked. She faints, and then a MAGA troll calls for the ICE agents to finish her off. And Facebook is allowing this. He got 19,000 views. He's openly calling for the death of a peaceful protester, and Facebook completely allows this kind of discourse. Let's talk about when peaceful protesters stand up for people's human rights, that's violence to you guys, man. Shameful.
I agree. Thank you, Ben.
Hi, Jen Ferrara. I live in South Burlington. I'm also a parent of a child who's at Tuttle Middle School. I was not there that day, and I have incredible gratitude for the people who were and who took time out of their lives to be there and to defend our neighbors. So thanks, all of you. I'm not going to say a lot because I wasn't there, but there's a couple of points I think are really, really important. One is I used to live in Baltimore. The population of Baltimore City is the population of Vermont. And I have been to many protests, and I've never seen that volume of police presence to protesters. That was extreme. And each time more police came, the situation escalated. I don't believe, maybe the intention was to keep people safe, and maybe it's because of a lack of experience with this kind of thing here, but it created an environment in which the tensions were raised. More people came out to support the people protesting. And then it just continued to, grow and snowball into this highly escalated situation where a lot of people were injured who didn't need to be. Secondly, I don't think we should be calling this a protest, because this isn't a protest where we gather at City Hall to stand up for something. Thank you. This was a protection. This was an attempt to keep people from being kidnapped. Kidnapped. I don't know how this can be done better, but it has to be. I don't know how we can let ICE agents take a person who is not on the warrant they have. And not just take one, but take two more as a bonus. Yeah, I'm of course furious like everyone else is here. And I'm very heartened that you're here listening, that everyone's here listening, and so many people have come out to speak because we need to work together. And I really believe that the next time something like this happens, everyone needs to think about what side they're on. And if we all think ICE are the people who are causing the problems, then we all have to be working on a solution that supports and protects everyone here. Thanks.
Thank you.
How you doing? Sean O'Hearn, former South Burlington resident, now live in Ferrisburg. I was there from 9 a.m. in the morning until 7:30 at night. I will only speak on what I was witness to. South Burlington PD, from what I witnessed, did an exceptional job for the most part. Where they failed us was when they called in the Vermont State Troopers. My voice doesn't sound like this. I have lateral bruising to my trachea. And I was assaulted by multiple ICE agents at the protest. I witnessed Burlington police officer assault multiple people at the protest. I think something that you need to answer to the community is, what are we supposed to have faith in anymore? I understand that there's laws, but this country was founded on the Constitution. And when our residents are being brutalized, they're not allowed to step in. What I'm hearing today is if I'm an ICE agent, I can commit acts of terror within the United States, and they have to sit on their fucking hands. And I have to endure this and watch my community endure this. This is horrible, guys. Like, you already admitted that our federal government is committing war on us. So allow our local to protect us at the very least, or we're going to have to start protecting our fucking selves, guys. I don't want to be the next Alex, but I will stand up for my fucking community every time it calls on me. I'm tired of this shit. And I know you are too. So please, figure out a way to untie their hands and stand up for us, or like the Vermont State Troopers, and sadly, the South Burlington PD lost public trust. Like, it doesn't, like we clearly said, you had to correct the guy in front of me that it was a South Burlington police officer. That it was a Burlington police officer. During that, in those photos, people don't care. People are reading that it's happening here, and it's reflecting on our community. So you either figure out a way to start protecting us, or we are the next Minnesota.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Allen Drown. I live in Essex, and I was at the protest that took place on Wednesday. My fiance and I got there around noon because the event that unfolded took place a quarter mile down the road from her sibling's school. I don't have anything prepared like some of the people here. I have anxiety. I've got complex PTSD, and I am terrified of people. But if you think I'm going to stand by and watch these assholes hurt our people, then I've got something to tell you. Because I'm an actual Vermonter, and we fight for our own. And the fact that you can sit here and say, oh, we need to take the peaceful route, as if we don't see where this leads. That's fucking pathetic. And I'm pissed. And a lot of us are. So take serious action, or expect us to.
You, Isaiah.
Hi, my name's Christopher Guile. I live on Hayes, one of those condos over there. Yeah, I'll admit that I was hoping that if we kept our heads down, that this cloud might pass over us, but it has come for us regardless, and now our passivity is complicity. It very well might be true that our local boys in blue did nothing wrong, that it was the outside agitators of ICE, Burlington, and state police. That still leaves us with the question of, are you going to call them again next time this happens? Because no one here seems confused about the fact that this is probably going to happen again. You can't call them and then disown them, you know? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Kristen Fury. I live in Burlington. I actually do believe that there were local officers who feel that they did what they did to prevent harm, and plenty has been said to refute that, but I think you need to know something about our goal on Wednesday. My goal was not to not get hurt. My goal was not for others to get hurt, but my goal was, as was many others, was singular, and it was to prevent ICE from kidnapping our neighbors. We heard this from the board. We heard so much from this board about, nostalgia for peaceful protest. You protest laws with a sign. You stop people who seek harm to your neighbors with your body. You cannot peacefully protest that. You cannot value dialogue, as you said. We heard our own police chief say himself, there was no talking ICE out of action. There was no words were not going to do it. They tried, they failed. So this is a promise. If ICE comes again, they will meet the physical resistance of our bodies. This did not escalate because we were protesters who refused to stay peaceful. It's because we were not protesters, we were interrupters. I want to talk about something else quickly, and I urge you to take from it an opportunity for policy change. You said you were looking for points of improvement. After the last federal agents had driven off, leaving behind a dozen more members of our community in the street, gone to were our local and state police, I donned my gloves and eye wash in the northbound lane of Dorset Street to assist two people. They were crying, red streaks down their faces, blinded by chemicals. I was unsurprised there was no police there to help in more than 20 years of protest and activism. I've never seen police come back to help protesters after escalation. What happened next, however, did surprise me. I looked to my right and I saw headlights. Not only had the police left us to care for ourselves, they had opened up the road to live traffic. With people in the street who were unable to see and actively receiving medical care, they were incoming cars. This may seem small to you, it's not. You cannot take even a basic first aid or CPR course without knowing the very first rule, scene safety. I had a safe scene. Burlington local police took it away. Your claim is that you were there for the safety of others, but why did I find myself performing first aid in traffic? Not 1 minute later, there were headlights at my back.
You're over time, just so you know.
I'll wrap up. It was civilians who were tasked with stopping oncoming traffic so that we could guide our patients from the median to the sidewalk, and it was another 20 minutes before they were able to walk. As soon as federal agents disappeared, Burlington, South Burlington, and state police left, for they had no one else left to protect.
Thank you.
My name is Chrissy Rose. I live in the Old North End, and I was present on Dorset Street for most of the day. We've been told that state and local police are not assisting ICE in their operations and that their purpose on the scene was to keep the public safe. What I witnessed was the opposite of that. I witnessed police actively helping ICE and endangering the public. I do not see how the actions that Chief Bro described could be characterized as anything other than assisting ICE agents. I filmed a video of state police holding the door for ICE to drag people out of the house. Those people were not on the warrant, they were kidnapped, and the police held the door. I also watched a person in the crowd fall to the ground, unable to breathe. You've already heard from that person tonight. People surrounded this person in an attempt to protect them and offer medical assistance. State police violently shoved the crowd back into them. I implored the local police officer closest to me to tell the officers to stop, that there was a person on the ground in danger of being trampled. And he replied, I can't. I wish I could. We're being told that the local police have no authority over ICE. We're being told that the actions of state officers are not the purview of this meeting. I asked a local police officer to tell an agent to stop pushing people onto a person lying on the ground in respiratory distress. If Burlington police don't even have enough authority to do that, then they have no ability to protect the public and no business being there. If that is true, then to say that protecting the public was their purpose on the scene is a farce and an insult to the people who were taken and harmed.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kat Wohlers. I'm a resident of Winooski, and I was there on scene from about 9 a.m. and left around 8:15 p.m. I briefly left the scene to help with transport and then returned, and to several of the points that were made earlier, I went that day hoping that it was a lie, that it wasn't ICE trying to take this family. And as the police presence increased pretty dramatically over the course of the day, I knew that my body was less safe standing in front of that door, standing around that house. And I knew that I would have the choice to put my body on the line. I heard a lot from earlier that the police chief said that 2 officers is one of their de-escalation tactics. And I really hope that that policy is reviewed. I don't think adding more people with tools such as guns and pepper spray de-escalates the situation. I think maybe it makes them feel safer, and I can commiserate maybe with the fact that their job is unsafe, but that is their choice to do that job. I'm also not interested in policing people's outrage because my class or skin color has dictated what I believe to be palatable behavior. I've heard a lot up here about some of the civil disobedience that they find to be most commendable, and I'm sure that there are many other people who practice civil disobedience that are less palatable, but actually protected their community. I am curious about the comments of care that were made at the beginning of this evening, and I wonder what it would be like for South Burlington, City Council, even its police department, to think about care in a radically different way. I wonder what it would look like for the city to not just begrudgingly collaborate with federal agents, but to tell them, you can't be here. You know, what would South Burlington lose? What would bravery look like? I think there's a lot of opportunity here to think outside of the box, and I implore you to do so for the safety of your community.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellie Traxler-Menz. I live in South Burlington, and I am from Minneapolis. And I would like to speak, I was not there, and I am grateful to all the people that were that day. I would like to speak to your fair and impartial policing policy, because there doesn't exist in a world where you can be impartial. You exist in bodies that have privilege in a society, specifically white bodies. And I think you know, who did you face that day? You didn't face the ICE agents. Well, you face the citizens. You face the citizens that you are meant to protect. And I think it's because you know deep down, as you have said, ICE is dangerous. They kill people, they murder people, they assault people, and they are paid a lot of money to do so. And so I think it's because you know deep down that that uniform will no longer protect you if you turn on the ICE agents, that you are also at risk, just like every single person who was there that day, not in protest, but in protection of people in our community who deserve to be here on this stolen land, that you are no longer protected, and that the ICE agents will just as ruthlessly shoot you as they will other people. And I think you know that to be true.
Put a mask on like we did. Hide your identities just like
Ma'am, just a
that is all.
reminder that you're to address me directly.
Those are tools of white supremacy that I will not follow, because the humanity of looking in someone's eye is essential, and you are our leaders as well. But we need to acknowledge that, yes, the government is attacking us, and yes, it feels like war if we turn at them, but what are we supposed to do? Lie down? Just not do anything? Sit passively always? No. So that's all I gotta say. Thank you. Thank you.
No, it's better. Yeah, we're going to go through they just keep coming, huh? And we still have about 9 people online that want to comment, but we're going to do the people in the audience first. So go ahead, please.
My name is Rachel Keener. I am a South Burlington resident. I didn't prepare a statement, but I just, I guess, have an ask. Also, an acknowledgement that I know that this is an incredibly, I do know it's an incredibly difficult position for you guys to be in. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I appreciate the within the framework and the systems that you're operating. I appreciate that you're essentially, I think, doing your best to practice harm reduction. And I also hope that as you hear all the people speaking today, I just hope that you're listening. The person before that said, you know, when you see 2 police officers, you don't feel more safe. I think that's the reality for a lot of us. At the same time, I understand parts of where you were coming from, how you made these decisions. So I don't know the answer. I haven't been studying this my whole life. I think a lot of us are driven by moral clarity, but it is complicated. I don't know all the answers. I also hope that with all of the first-hand accounts of how Burlington police and state police behaved and brutalized people, that you will also take that into account in how you might make decisions that involve other agencies in the future. And I'm sure I don't see eye to eye with everything, but and I see a lot of I have a lot of concern for the harm that was done to our community, and I also appreciate you showing up the best you could in that moment in a difficult situation. And yeah, I just ask that you're also listening to the community that's hurting and that was harmed.
You're over time. All right, thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Seamus Absher. I'm on the school board. I'm from South Burlington, but I do not speak for the school board. So this is just my personal opinion. So I want to talk about children's safety. Kids' safety trumps everything. It's more important than food, shelter, money. The driver of the car put kids at risk when he decided to flee in a motor vehicle and drive straight toward the high school. Federal law enforcement put kids at risk when it decided to do an operation just as kids were on the sidewalk and riding on school buses. Protesters put kids at risk when they interfered with a law enforcement operation while a kid was still in the house. ICE is not going to stop because we ask them. The right place to deal with this is an immigration court. It seems to me the school district and the local police were the only groups that consistently put kids first in this situation. And I have 2 questions, and I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer them. First of all, did federal law enforcement vehicles pursue the driver in a public roadway? And my second question is, were children in the roadway at any point, for example, after exiting the fleeing vehicle? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Drew Schatzer. I've been in South Burlington for 9 years. Raised my kid here. I wasn't there on Wednesday, but I've experienced violence in this community. And in that instance, I was very impressed with the work our police did. They responded quickly and found the guy. In the past, I had the privilege of sitting down with Chief Burke a few years ago, and he really impressed me with his progressive policing policies. And I've heard great things about Chief Bro. I have hope for how he'll guide our police force. But all that being said, it sounds like there was a mass feeling of mistrust in our local and state police officers last Wednesday. there's a lot of criticism being levied at our community members, our community activists, but it sounds like they didn't believe our local and state police were there to protect us. So we need to know where our officers stand. I know it's a challenging position for them to be in, but we're at a pivotal moment where we need to know where everyone in our community stands. We've already seen that our local guard will follow legal orders, and they won't disobey, orders that violate international law. So it would be nice to know where our local police officers stand and know if they're willing to do what's right when the time comes, even if it means upholding a law that's being broken by other law enforcement officers. This community expects our police officers to protect ourselves and our friends and our families and neighbors, and that includes the people that were in that house who were being terrorized by federal agents. ICE shouldn't have been allowed to arrest anyone who wasn't on that warrant, and South Burlington police officers should have protected those residents from the illegal kidnapping. But tell me if this is asking too much, but we expected the same from our airport. We demanded they put a stop to ICE trafficking people through back doors. So, not only do we can't just be satisfied with not complying, we must protect people from being illegally targeted by ICE. We also need to protect our neighbors who put their bodies on the line to protect our community members. We need to stand toe to toe with the agency. You can't, I don't think not being there was an option. I'm glad you thought being there would keep the community safer, but I think it's the direction our officers were facing, like it's been said before. We need to know that they will protect us against illegal law enforcement officers doing legal things. They can't stick with the boys club or whatever it's called, And a close friend of mine was thrown to the ground violently and hurt bad.
You're over time, just so you know.
Okay, but she's a local business owner here in South Burlington, nicest person I ever met. She's not a violent person by any means, and they did that to her.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Ugetti. I live in Essex, and I was there all day on Wednesday. I have a lot of things that I'm concerned about and that I'd like to bring up, but first and foremost, because I was there throughout the day, I was there, and I'm aware that the police had a tough job, and that the entire time I was there, prior to the warrant being proven, everything was peaceful, and it remained so until all of the police showed up and things escalated. Prior to that warrant being shown, being confirmed, I want to know why Deputy Chief Officer Briscoe, who, when the second wave of ICE showed up and started violently tackling people, why his first thing that he said to them was that the police are on ICE's side. Because as far as I'm aware, that's not the case unless they are cooperating once that warrant is confirmed, which had not happened. And you can, I'm sure, listen to that on the body cam footage. Given they confirmed it, they knew there was one name on that. Why did they allow 3 people to get taken? And then why did they protect those ICE officers to help them get out? They assisted in abducting our community, and I'm so proud of our community that we stood and risked everything to protect ourselves. And there was a win. It was absolutely a win. I'm married to an immigrant, and we have immigrant friends, and they're fucking terrified that they're going to end up in a concentration camp. They don't even leave the country because they're afraid they won't come back in. And seeing how our community showed up, locked arms, de-arrested people, and didn't let ICE go, despite all of the protection that the police officers gave them, ICE couldn't have done what they did without all the police support. And if we, as people unarmed, can prevent ICE from doing their job, then the police sure as fuck can do that. Protect us. I swore an oath.
Thank you.
My name is Coulter. I live in Burlington. I have 2 points. I drove from listening to the meeting on Zoom to here. This was not a protest from the very beginning. This was a protection. The first South Burlington police officer on scene asked us if we had a warrant. It became very clear immediately that this was us against ICE and South Burlington. He did not address the ICE agents asking them for a warrant. They continued their presence, and we were asked to leave. That's not right. The second point, the South Burlington police stood nearby, across the street, down the sidewalk, and we were asking them to protect the children across the street. You said yourself you were across the street. You must have seen them. We were warned by Vermont State Police, we're not talking about them, that this was going to escalate. The South Burlington Police had to have heard that, that this was going to escalate, that this was going to be a dangerous location. And instead of the South Burlington Police doing something about the children across the street in this dangerous environment, we had teachers break the line from the house to go talk to their students and protect our community members themselves, not the South Burlington Police. It's on us. We will do it. We've already done it. We need change from the South Burlington Police because they're not protecting us, our teachers, or the children you are standing next to across the street. I'm not going to trust the South Burlington Police next time. I want a second. We will call migrant justice again because this was a protection, not a riot, not a protest.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Hayes Lucas, and I live in South Burlington, Laurel Hill. I totally get wanting to be protective of our community. That's exactly why we were there that day. I wasn't there to protest. I was there as part of a line of people surrounding the house with arms linked so that we could help protect the people who were inside the house. I wasn't protesting. I was protecting. A lot of you all we've talked a little bit about what we've seen in Minneapolis and the tragedy of Minneapolis. What we've also seen is that when neighbors come together to protect each other, it can be enormously effective. That's strategic and that's effective. And so I want to put forth another possibility. It would have been possible. It's possible that we could have outlasted ICE that night. It's possible that if we had been allowed to stand the line, that the 3 people who were inside the house would not have been unconstitutionally illegally detained. That's another possibility. If we had been able to do that, what would we have shown ICE? What would we have shown the nation? And what would we have shown ourselves about our ability to keep our neighbors safe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin. I live in South Burlington. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I have a kiddo who wants to, so I'm setting an example. I've always had a relatively positive experience with officers in the past, and I was genuinely relieved in the beginning when I showed up at around 9 o'clock in the morning. And by the time I left at 6 or so in the evening, I had lost all trust in armed officers. And I'm not going to waste any time placing blame somewhere because I think that's part of the problem that we get stuck in, this divisiveness. And I was a little disappointed when I first walked in tonight because in the beginning, it didn't feel like a collaborative discussion. It felt like, well, this person's in trouble and this person isn't. We're going to offend this, group of people and not this one. And it felt like a lot of finger wagging at us who were, just doing our best in our community to find safety and protect those that needed our protection. And so I echo all of the things that have been said before. And my main concern is focusing on what the plan is moving forward, because we all know this is going to happen again. It's not done, and I want to feel relieved again when y'all show up. And I don't know how to get that feeling back. And that's what concerns me the most. I also had kids there, and we made a lot of space between the main action and ourselves for that reason. But I was, as the violence increased throughout the night, it was clear that I needed to get my kids out of there, and I'm grateful that it wasn't too late. But I would say now when I say to my kids, okay, we're gonna go, take care of our neighbors again, because the people behind me, we're all showing up again. It doesn't matter what happens. Like every single one of us is showing up again. You're not going to change our minds. So you are the folks who have the ability to make the change. We're not going to do anything different. So I would just encourage you all to discuss how to be collaborative moving forward instead of divisive. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ezra. I'm a resident of South Burlington. I have been for a few years now. I was there at the protest for about 6 hours. And I feel like for the beginning, I felt quite comfortable considering there were law enforcement was there, the South Burlington police was there, and I actually felt very safe. It wasn't until things started to de-escalate that my personal safety felt like it had just been completely gone, because next thing we know, there's ICE agents that are carrying tear gas bombs and pepper spray, and they're literally beating people, and South Burlington police is just standing there with their arms crossed, just watching it all happen. And the only time they interfere is to help the ICE agents and to beat more people. And as a kid of South Burlington, I don't feel any more safe knowing that they're going to stand there and watch everything happen. So my question is, how can you just stand there and watch everything happen and then say that you were protecting everyone there? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Gold. I'm a high school teacher at South Burlington. Public safety, particularly that relating to children, is of great interest to me. From a school teacher's perspective, I have a couple of points. One, you need to read more. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, there are more recent examples, okay? Second of all, I think it's odd that you're lauding yourselves for having such a well-resourced police department when we are hemorrhaging FTE in our school district. I just saw a lot of money spent to kidnap 3 people, parents of my students, from their home who were not named on the warrant. How much money did you just spend? We beg for it every year. Secondly, as it relates to matters of care, it was the school teachers on the front porch. When we were being warned that we were facing felony charges and knew that our teaching licenses would be suspended, in that moment, it was very clear to us what the action was, and that was to stay the fuck put. I believe in what I teach, and there was no way that they were going to kidnap the parents of students in our district. I'm not done.
Well, you're out of time.
Give me 2 seconds. It's gonna come. It's gonna come to me. I was the one that found the 4th adult in the home after our local and state police formed a wall to allow them to usher out those they had kidnapped, leaving behind one 18-year-old boy. 18-year-old boy.
Stand, but you're over time, and you need.
There was no.
Hold on. Excuse me. I told you the rules before we started this. We have had a lot of testimony.
Crying on the floor.
Okay, so we're going to move.
18 years old. Who found him? The teachers, not the police.
Thank you. Can we go to the next person, please?
My name
Can we go to the next person, please?
I'll yield my time.
No, I just want the next person to go, please. We still have another 10 people online, so thank you very much.
Hi,
Good evening.
I'm Elise Serta. I'm from Essex Junction, and I'm ashamed I was not there. And I want to speak to all the brave young people that have come up here. If you'll notice, the majority of them are young. I'm 55. I'm your generation, and we weren't there. And I want to say that in Essex Junction, we're looking to South Burlington about how to do this well, how to take care of our families. I know Gwen. She knows my mom. She takes care of my mom. She got hurt and no one helped her but the people who were there protesting and protecting. We have an obligation as our generation. You sit in positions of power here. You are voted. Your experience, but it's the young people who are out there trying to save people. So what can you do? What can you do as people who are elected to work with the systems that we have in place to bring even more protection to our people? We're looking to you. Essex Junction, Essex, Burlington. It happened to you first. What can we do? Show us and let us help you. But it can't just be the young people anymore. It's time to put our bodies on the line. It's time for us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alyssa. I'm a South Burlington resident, and I'm also a South Burlington school board member, but these statements are my own tonight. Our community deserves accountability for the role that our city and our police played in the operation that has left our neighbors feeling deeply unsafe. The leadership in Burlington addressed their community, but our own city manager has remained silent until tonight. This silence is a missed opportunity for leadership and rebuilding trust. Based on what I witnessed in that operation, that was only made possible because of South Burlington's police presence there, as well as them calling in the Vermont State Police and the Burlington Police. If the South Burlington Police, the Burlington Police, and the Vermont State Police did not provide tactical support, ICE would have left that house. There was enough people there to scare them off. I also want to really acknowledge that there was if it matters, a U.S. citizen that was left in that house, and the South Burlington Police Department did not help and did not fulfill their duty in helping that person. As everyone else has echoed, the South Burlington Police Department, the Burlington Police Department was gone the second that the ICE agents were gone, with the 3 people that were not on the warrant. My question is, if the 3 individuals not named on the warrant were detained, how is this not a direct violation to South Burlington's fair and impartial policing policy? They did not protect our community, and so I don't understand how you can, I don't know, it's just very confusing how they called the Vermont State Police and the Burlington Police Department, and they did not protect the citizens and neighbors of our community, and it's very disappointing.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Jeff. I live in the buffer zone, go to the Chamberlain School. Been doing that for 20 years, working or living on this side of the bridge for more than 30. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I think there's at least a couple of members of the board who were either misinformed or misinterpreted with the both sides. And I was there. I was not in every place at all times. I didn't see any violence at that event that wasn't initiated by someone claiming to be a law enforcement officer. For the most part, it was ICE.
Please, can you just hold it down and let the man talk, okay? We don't need the applause in the background.
I'm not offended. Let me finish up in 2 minutes. I won't take too long. I want to give compliments actually to our police department, because I've never seen a police department work so hard to try to do the right thing as this police department did. And I'm being totally honest with that. For 10 out of the 12 hours there, there was great collaboration, great partnership, great community. In the end, you have to come down on the wrong side, and that will always be true. I don't mean that as an insult. It's the way the situation is structured, legally, the thin blue line, whatever it is. You will always come down at the wrong end. As long as you understand that we understand that, then I think there's a lot we can work on in between when that started and when you guys are actually forced to make that decision. But I think we understand that they can't come and save us. You guys can't come and save us. We're on our own, and I can't say that I can say that I've never loved my neighbors so much, never been so proud of my community as I was on Wednesday and am today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're not going to go online. So we'll start. You have a list?
Yeah, do you want me to call?
Yeah, go ahead and call them. Yeah.
So I'm going to call names online, and I'm going to allow you to talk. So I'm going to call on Cher first.
And you have 2 minutes.
Hi, folks. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's here tonight, both the City Council, our police chief, and all of the people in the audience. I'd like to point out, I'd like to point out the valuable things that I think that we've all learned tonight. I'm in support of the City Council forming some kind of task force to take everything that we've learned and begin to think of a strategy for how we can build a unified response from indivisible, migrant justice, faith-based leaders, all the way to the City Council and the police chief. What's very clear tonight is that the paradigm has changed. We need to support and embrace the fact that we are no longer, it's not a protest. We are talking about protection because constitutional law and constitutional rights are being broken. So to rely on old structures is to take a longer time to move forward into something that will bring us together. And that's why I support the task force. We need to change our language and accept that some very terrible and hard things have happened in our country, and they've come home to our front main street. And we need to figure out together how we are going to use the resources that this town has, which are basically really incredible people, to formulate strategies so that we're supporting each other in the next situation that comes up. Understanding through unity and understanding through collaboration is our best stronghold when things become chaotic. And I believe that all of the people that spoke tonight, I believe very much that our chief of police led our police department to the best of his ability.
You're over time, Chair, just so you know.
Okay, and our South Burlington City Council will do the same. But I do really implore upon you to set up a task force that involves the different structures around a situation like this and find a new way. Do not rely on the old consistent patterns that we've had that have worked, because we're beyond that. We're in a new era and we need to embrace that era.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Who's next?
Lauren Ballard.
Hi, Lauren.
Hello. So I had just a few quick questions and then some comments. I just wanted some clarification. So was the child, the 3-year-old, removed from the home before ICE violently entered the home?
I believe so.
Okay. And then I wanted to know, what was the name of the supervisor on location that Chief Bro was in communication with?
I don't have that name. Do you have that?
Okay. And then do we have the name of the Boston ICE supervisor that you spoke with?
Yeah, we don't have those names. Those were not given tonight by the chief.
So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could follow up and get that name. It would just be something that I would be interested in following up with our, representatives, since we obviously don't have any way of holding ICE accountable at our level. And then another comment I wanted to make is that I wasn't there, but I'm the employer and mentor of a young person who was there. I'm a South Burlington resident, by the way. And she was really traumatized by the events that happened and what she witnessed. And it's clear from those comments that he was doing that he could, given the circumstances, or that he was trying to do the best that he could, and that he's communicating with people. But it's clear that those intentions were not getting communicated to people on the scene. And when I talked to the person I know who was there about how the South Burlington Police Department stated that they were to protect the citizens there, her response was, well, they didn't do a very good job. And I think part of that is, her not being able to really distinguish between ICE SWAT teams, Vermont State Police,
You're
and
over time,
local
Lauren,
police.
just so you know.
Got it. Just wanted to say really quick that it's clear in the follow-up that we're going to need communication on the ground between our local police officers and our citizens on the ground, so that this isn't all happening after the fact, so that we can collaborate and communicate in the moment. And that we're also, I really hope that we get
Let's
a
sum up, Lauren. Let's
follow-up.
sum up, okay?
I'm in, this is my last sentence. A follow-up in terms of his communication with the Vermont State Police and the Burlington Police about the violence that occurred.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Julie.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, my name is Julie Masuga. I'm from Burlington. I was running off-site support for people impacted by police violence on Wednesday, making sure they had what they needed during and in the aftermath of the police violence that occurred. In the chaos, many were temporarily detained and some were taken off-site without any indication of where they were being taken. I talked with traumatized, bruised, chemically burned, and concussed friends over the past few days. I heard reports of people being pepper sprayed at point blank even after mentioning they had asthma, choking, tackling, tear gas, violence from vehicle drivers, and in the following days, intimidation by officers, and even officers showing up to people's places of work and homes. While it's being sussed out which department hurt which person, we absolutely have accounts of SPBPD either doing or not doing something. That said, whether or not the South Burlington Police participated in the use of weapons or the violence, they certainly did nothing to prevent it, and in that way they were collaborative with ICE, who didn't even have a warrant for the people they were kidnapping. On top of this, former counselor Tom Chittenden put out a statement claiming, quote, he saw South Burlington Police doing everything they could to keep people safe, keep people calm, and work to de-escalate the situation. Their primary goal was to keep the peace and were responding to 911 calls, not any sort of coordination with ICE. I saw Vermont State troopers doing the same. This contradicts every single account I have heard from the people that I was supporting, where various police departments cleared the way for ICE to enter the building and did not stop them from harming people both inside the building and protesting outside. We have confirmed so far that at least one Burlington police officer used pepper spray, and a lot of footage is still being sifted through. There needs to be a full, transparent investigation into all three departments involved in Wednesday's violence, and we can't take as South Burlington PD's statements at face value. They can't internally investigate themselves.
Thank you, Julie. Is that it? Okay. Who's next?
Leif.
Hi,
Leif?
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Leif.
Hi, I'm Leif. I live in Burlington. I heard you say that you wanted to hear about things South Burlington PD had done, so here we go. I heard Deputy Chief Sean Briscoe offer to get protesters off of the property for ICE Officer Johnston before he had a warrant, even though the property owner wanted us there and did not want the ICE agents there and had not given them permission to walk or park on his property. I've also seen many footage of Sergeant Plunkett standing on the steps of the house with Vermont State Police, helping ICE agents enter and leave with the detainees that, again, they did not have a warrant for. 2 of those detainees were illegally moved across state lines by ICE the next day in an attempt to traffic and disappear them before they were ordered by a court to bring them back. And then one of them was released today because her detention was illegal. I also have seen footage of a South Burlington police officer attacking my friend. I don't know his name, but he has a round face, gray hair, and a brown mustache. He shoved my friend, and then when other officers tried to stop him, he rushed forward and slammed my friend into the concrete. I keep hearing that the police and that you all are in a difficult position. It is not hard to not attack innocent community members. It is also not hard to stand up to ICE. I know this because I've done it and I've seen people do it. They were doing it all day on Wednesday, without weapons, without protective vests, without qualified immunity that protects them from the consequences of their actions. All that is required to stop ICE is to say no, to have a shred of courage and integrity, and to care just a little bit more about your community than you do about things being easy. Given how effectively your unarmed constituents protect their neighbors from warrantless arrests without any help from the police, you as elected officials should be ashamed and embarrassed to be sitting here wringing your hands saying, oh, we can't do anything. This is not a hard choice. Surrounding that house as more and more agents showed up with assault rifles and chemical weapons and literal murder in their eyes, I thought that myself or my friends could die. And I knew that there were kids inside, and deciding to stay and hold that line was the easiest decision I have made in my life. Every single officer and every single elected official is making that same choice right now, and so far you are choosing the wrong side. Since you all were quoting Dr. King, I would like to quote him too. He said, I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's greatest stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom. You all are being the white moderates right now.
Leaf, you're over time. Can you wrap it up?
Yes, you're being the white moderates and you need to get your shit together.
Okay, thank you, Leaf. Taylor, you're on.
Hi, can you guys hear me? I'm not super tech savvy.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm a Burlington resident, but I was present on Dorset Street on Wednesday. Quick comment, Mr. Laurie, with regards to de-escalation. Starbucks policy, if a customer throws a drink at you, is that you must assist the next customer and you must apologize to the customer. So with regards to de-escalation techniques, I will say that my friends in the teaching and food service community have plenty of lived experience to say that you can handle somebody yelling at you and you can do a good job. And it's the guns that make people feel like they can be dangerous. I would like to thank the police chief for his detailed report. I've been on mute since 6:30. There was 15 minutes of detailed chronological report of the events of March 11th. I'm saying he talked for 15 minutes, I counted, after the unlawful arrest occurred. He detailed violence. Would it be considered violence if I was trying to protect somebody from being taken from my home? If I was trying to protect my neighbors from being taken from my home as a white person? I don't understand why our legal asylum seekers are receiving separate treatment from me as a born US citizen when all of us have the exact same proper paperwork in order, if not the exact same paperwork. We are all legally here. We all live here. There are no sides. We are all paying taxes. So I'm seeing a focus here on decorum and on whether or not the police behaved correctly. But the whole thing has to do, Johanna was set free today, and the Judge Crawford, I quote, "This is not really contestable. There was no arrest made. That was kidnapping. We are already setting a precedent here. There are already people being freed. This is a waste of our tax dollars." I also want to point out the initial exit, which was glossed over. The first ICE car that escaped made an exit through the parking lot. I'm looking at a map right now of the luxury nail spa on Dorset Street, across the street from 337. I was one of two protesters on the protectors on the sidewalk in that moment. Obviously, two people are not going to stop a car. So the man and I had to choose to jump out of the way to protect our knees so that ICE did not run us down at 80 miles per hour in a residential area near a school through a commercial parking lot to a cut-through street.
Taylor,
this was before.
Taylor, you're over time, and can you wrap it up?
Okay, I just have one more thing to say. I spoke personally with a Vermont State Police officer who was confident that they were there for specifically the individual that caused a traffic accident that day. I would like there to be more communication, because how was I more aware that there were 3 arrests than the people protecting that arrest? And the public has released all our body cam footage. I would love to see an equivalent release of all the footage that BPD, SBPD, Vermont State Police, anybody who has footage, we want to see it. We want to see ring cameras in the area. We want to see security cameras. We want to see traffic cams of the accident at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you for your time, and I hope you value your role in this crucial point in our democracy.
Thank you, Taylor. So how many people are left with their hands up? In the 9 people. We normally take a break at 8:30, so we would like to wrap this up by 9:10. So if you are online and you want to say something, please go ahead. We'll keep going in the sequence, but we got to stop at 9:10 so we can go on to the rest of our agenda, which we have another long item after this. So please bear with us. All right. So go ahead. Who's next?
Taylor?
Another Taylor?
Oh, no.
Nope. Hold on.
Hold on. Forrest?
Hello.
Hi, Forrest.
Hello. My name is Forrest Richard. I'm a Burlington resident. I was at Dorset Street on Wednesday evening. I went over as soon as I was done with work. When I arrived around 3 p.m., protesters were peacefully circling around the house, singing, playing music, cooking food for one another, handing out personal protective equipment, and checking in with one another. I buddied up with a medic, and we were circling the house, checking in on people and making sure everyone was safe. I ended up at the front of the house when the tactical team pushed their way through the crowd and ICE and state police began battering the door down. After agents and police detained the family in the home, the crowd moved toward the street to make sure the family was safe and keep police accountable. It was around this time that police started to escalate things. I witnessed police shoving and assaulting a civilian and moved toward them to help. One ICE agent and 4 police were in front of me, and when I tried to move past them, the ICE agent pointed at me and in the direction of South Burlington police officers said they just tried to assault an officer, seemingly giving direction and consent to the local police to arrest or assault me. Just to clarify, I didn't even touch an officer. It was then that the 4 South Burlington officers and 1 ICE officer piled on me, started pushing and pulling me from all directions, and threw me to the ground as I struggled to protect myself. I managed to run away, and another civilian came to check in on me. Not a single local police officer checked on me. They were not there to protect anyone. They were there to escalate, protect, and collaborate with ICE, and to assault civilians without even trying to break up the crowd, de-escalate things, or ever arrest people even. They were simply assaulting local civilians on behalf of the federal agents who were too afraid to even do the assaulting themselves. After the events of Wednesday, I have been in constant pain. I received a concussion from the whiplash of being thrown to the ground. I pulled muscles in both of my calves as well as my back and my neck. Police didn't show up to save lives, and I'm for absolutely certain not better off for being assaulted by South Burlington Police on behalf of ICE, despite the empty words from South Burlington Police at this meeting. By the way, the police chief just lied to the city council. Details like padded gloves and pyrotechnics being fired off by civilians are entirely fabricated. All violence and escalation was done mostly by local and state police. Vermont police broke fair and impartial policing laws, period. Also, 6 white people sitting in a room invoking Martin Luther King is absurd. Shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. Who's next?
Amina?
Amina, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. I want to thank the police and city council for blaming everything on ICE and community members and taking no accountability whatsoever. In your own words, you felt people would be killed or harmed by ICE, but instead of standing with the community and running out a government agency you yourself believe are senselessly violent, disorganized, and murderous, you shame us for protecting our community and protecting a terrified and targeted family. ICE would not have been able to break into our neighbor's home without the help of police. ICE would not have been able to successfully kidnap them without the assistance of police. We were too organized and strong, but evidently police did assist. I vividly remember Officer Briscoe. Him, along with other officers and ICE, assaulted my friends and I. The violence we saw was a collaborative effort between local and state police and ICE, including South Burlington Police. You were not absolved of accountability. I felt the safest that day among my community, not with local police, not with state police, not with ICE. We showed that day that cops don't keep us safe, we keep us safe. We scared the shit out of ICE. We let them know if that they try to kidnap our neighbors, we will give them hell. I just want to say ACAB and abolish ICE. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. Andy, are you there? Oh, hold on.
Hi, I'm here. So my name's Andy. I live in Burlington, and I would just like to speak today on the standard of responsibility and accountability. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the protest, but we're being told that specific incidents weren't the responsibility of the South Burlington Police Department, but it's important to distinguish the department's responsibility by association. When the raid happened, the department didn't just happen to be there. They were part of a coordinated choice to turn a residential area near our schools into a tactical zone. And we need to be clear. When you choose to collaborate with agencies that are assaulting and pepperballing your own community members, you don't really get to point at a different patch on a uniform and say, that wasn't us. If you're standing the line while your partners are enacting violence, you are part of the infrastructure of that violence. In a heated situation, bystanders are not going to notice which department an officer belongs to. The legal reality that our police departments are counting on us not knowing, especially the police chief, is that the anti-commandeering doctrine under the 10th Amendment prevents ICE and the federal government from forcing our local police to do their dirty work. The department was under no legal obligation to provide the perimeter, the officers, resources, or endangerment to the public that we saw. They weren't ordered to do this. This was a volunteered action. This was a choice to prioritize a federal raid over the safety of peaceful residents, students, and children. As a medical student, we're taught that if a colleague is doing something that harms a patient, you have a professional and ethical duty to intervene. You don't just get to stand there and say, well, I'm not the one holding the syringe. But that's exactly what we saw the South Burlington Police Department do and are currently doing. They provided the muscle, space, and resources for Burlington police and federal agents to use chemical weapons and allegedly flashbangs on peaceful protesters. And by offering no pushback and no protection for the people being assaulted on their watch, the South Burlington Police Department effectively endorsed every blow that was struck. To finish, you cannot claim to keep the public safe while you are actively escorting the agencies that are traumatizing them. True public safety means having the backbone to say no to federal overreach, and it means protecting your neighbors and community from violence, not helping to facilitate it. We need accountability, not excuses about which department's hand was on the baton. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Eli, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Over and over today at this meeting, I have listened to you all say that it was not the South Burlington Police Department's responsibility, that, they were doing all they could to keep people safe, and that we should direct all comments towards the South Burlington Police Department. I really think that that's just an extremely shallow way to view the situation. I think a lot of people need to look up fucking intersectionality to understand how all of these different agencies work together, whether it is on the surface or underneath collaboration. I was there from 9:30 a.m. until the police abandoned the street to be open to traffic, as other people have said, as we all collected our friends to make sure that we got home safe, very shell-shocked. And if you really want to parse apart like what is legal and what is illegal, I think you have had enough testimony tonight to examine that the collaboration between the South Burlington Police Department, between the Burlington Police Department, between ICE and the state police was abhorrent, really. I've been combing through footage that people have very graciously given up for us to look over. And over again, all I keep seeing are people thrown to the ground, regardless of the agency. And what I see are community members picking each other up. I'm not seeing the South Burlington Police Department, if you really want to be specific, checking in on people. And as I stare at this Zoom screen, I see no expression across people's faces, and I hope to hell that is because I am on Zoom and not close enough to see your faces. I hope you are feeling these comments emotionally. Having 6 people stare at you while you give testimony of being traumatized, really fucking scary. Really doesn't bode well for us. But the good thing is, we keep each other safe. Our community will return and show up for each and every time that federal overreach happens, and local law enforcement lie the fuck down to be walked all over.
Eli, you're over time. Thank you, Eli. Don, are you there?
I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for the time. So, name's Don. I am a South Burlington resident, and I was at the event this past week. I will say I'm proud that I was there, and for all those that were also there standing up to ICE, as well as the local agencies of Vermont. And I just want to, the reason I'm positioning it that way is, as many have mentioned, I don't think any of us care that it was South Burlington, Burlington, or state police. In the moment that was created during last Wednesday, it was very clear that it was an us, the protectors, versus them, any, whether it's state or federal agency, excuse me. And I just want to say that although you've obviously heard the words of many people here tonight, I once also had faith in local police. I grew up in a violent home, so I was put into many situations where I did build trust in them, but last week that was completely broken. And again, it does not matter whether or not your suit is green, black, or blue. It is completely irrelevant at this point. I think it's much more impactful for us to look at what we're doing as a state. So all of Vermont, doesn't matter what district you're in. I think we need to take a very clear and concise look at ourselves and determine whether or not we want to continue pointing our fingers at one another or stand together as a community against clearly what shouldn't even exist, and that being ICE. And I'm going to give 2 examples of why that's the case. I was in a situation last week where police were holding an assumed woman against a car due to a supposed arrest, and we were told, I have no idea what's going on. And this was by a South Burlington police member. Burlington made the arrest. I mean, they were just standing there holding this woman against a vehicle for no actual apparent reason because they couldn't even answer a question of why. The second situation I found myself in, I was linked arms with a man on the median between the north and southbound roads on Dorset Street, being pushed into the northbound way by a state trooper who was attempting to allow one of the ICE vehicles to leave. So not only were we being pushed in front of a vehicle moving, the gentleman I was linked arms with actually fell into a parked car. So they were not protecting us. If anything, that's an example of us actually being put into harm during their attempts, supposedly, of protecting us.
Hey, Don,
so
you're over time.
I know I'm over time. I get your cutoff there, but appreciate you letting me speak. And yeah, I'm sick of hearing it was South Burlington or it was Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Anybody? Yes. Ryan Doyle. Ryan Doyle, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. So I live in the neighborhood behind where these actions took place. Really awesome to see my neighbors showing up to support our other neighbors. It's great to see my coworkers like Clarissa from the school showing up and talking about the efforts they made to protect our community. I was working in the middle school that day, and I can tell you with confidence, there was not a single child who said that they were afraid of people protesting. But there are a lot of students who are afraid of ICE. I don't think it's any surprise. We've all seen the media. To everyone in the audience, I believe over 40 people have spoken now, online and in person. I'm so happy to see the turnout of people and what they're saying about what took place. They probably don't know that I come to all of the city council meetings or watch and review on YouTube if I do miss them. And I can tell everyone in the audience that I am not surprised one bit that Andrew, Lori, and Tim provide criticism of the protectors. I'm not surprised at all. This fits with their character. I'd expect nothing
Hey,
less.
Ryan,
Yeah.
we're not going to tolerate personal insults or, that type of speech tonight. So if you have a point to make about the protest or about the police department, can you make that, please?
My point is in your response to the people there to protect. I stand with my community. I'm proud of them. And I hope that they stand with me in making you change.
Thank you, Ryan. And we're at 9:10 right now. We need to cut this off. So I'm afraid that's the end of the public input. And if you were left online and didn't get a chance to speak, I'm sorry. You can always email the city council and the chief and the city manager if you'd like. I can't because it's 9:10 and we have several other agenda items that are really important that other people are here for tonight as well. We've listened to you for a lot tonight, right? We gave you a lot of information in the chief's report. We've listened to your feedback. We'll take that under advisement. I know there's opportunity here for communication among the police departments to take this feedback and work with it because this is going to happen again.
It's your job to listen to us.
I think we've done a good job of that tonight, haven't we? Okay. Okay. So we're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, and we're going to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Chief, for your report tonight. Thanks to all the participants giving feedback. We appreciate it.
Okay, so it was the same time.
Let's try to come back, please. Thank you.
Good job, Tim. Good job, Jessica.
Thank you. Okay, we need one more.
So,
Counselor,
Tim,
where did she go?
I have a request for a quick follow-up before we move on to the next agenda.
Let's wait till we get our fifth counselor. Was she in the hallway?
I just wanted,
Anybody, if you see Beth outside, tell her to come in.
just want, all I want is to find out if I can get sanction from this council to send out the letter that I wrote to start finding out if there's the interest in putting.
Do we know where Beth is?
She went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
After talking to her.
Do you want to wait for her or do you want to pick up without her? We talk about it. All right, we're going to pick back up now with item 8, which is the Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility project. The next steps: consider an additional bond vote and possibly approve the submission of Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan documents for the Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility for refurbishment project with Tom DePietro, the Public Works Director, and John Olin, project engineer with Hoyle and Tanner. Good evening, gentlemen. Sorry for the long delay. You're here now.
Great. Thank you, Council.
You didn't mention Mr. Fisher's behind you as well.
That's right. The intrepid Mr. Fisher, Bob Fisher, our wastewater superintendent, is here joining me. I'm Tom DePietro, Public Works Director. And I've got Brett McCurry, our Deputy Director of Water Resources, joining us this evening, and John Olin with Hoyle, Tanner and Associates. That is the engineering firm we've retained to help us with this project for the past few years. So I have a presentation for you this evening. Let me just get that up on the screen. I think I've done that correctly. So we'll dive right in. So the purpose of the meeting tonight, kind of 3 main bullet points. I wanted to review a bit of how we got here with our wastewater bond that was previously approved by voters, talk about the current state of financing with the Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility project specifically, and then really have council give some directions on what you would like to see for next steps as we try to move this important project forward. I'm going to start with just the bond summary because it's not a simple one-for-one project. When we proposed and council approved this to go to the voters, and it was approved by voters back in March, it covered 3 different projects. And so you've got the kind of breakdown here. What you're seeing is the Bartlett Bay wastewater project, the Airport Parkway solids handling project, and then pump station project, primarily down in Queen City Park. We've broken out the engineering and design costs separately there. But what you're seeing there is construction cost estimates from preliminary engineering back in 23, which is how we determined the bond amount and how we broke it out. So I wanted to go over quickly the status of those 3 projects. So the Bartlett Bay project, the wastewater treatment facility, which is the primary focus of tonight, that project went out to bid and we opened bids in January, towards the end of January. We're going to go over those in a little bit of detail in a second here. The Airport Parkway solids handling project, that actually began construction today. The contractor moved on site, started putting in silt fence and things like that. And just to note on that one, this had previously come to council, but perhaps for our new councilor's benefit, council approved award of that one. That bid did come back a little higher than we had anticipated, not totally unexpected due to the time that had passed from that initial estimate, but we did award that contract. It was 0.4 million higher than the bond amount estimate back in 23. And then we have not yet started final engineering for the Queen City pump station project. We've done preliminary engineering. We've got a plan pulled together, but we have not moved that forward. We're trying to move those forward in a kind of a stepwise fashion. I would love to do them all at once everywhere, but due to staff resources and other reasons, we've sort of kind of staggered them. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Olin. He's going to go through a little bit of project history. He's going to talk a little bit about the specifics of the project so that you can all refamiliarize yourself with it, and a couple other topics.
All right. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for having me here tonight. This slide, we're just going to kick off a quick overview of the Bartlett Bay reconstruction project. The Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility was constructed in 1970 with a sludge holding tank added in 1987, and the last major upgrade was conducted in 1999. The facility collects and treats wastewater from about 1/3 of the city. It processes 0.75 million gallons per day of wastewater per day. What we can expect with a typical lifespan of wastewater treatment facilities, about 50 years. Upgrades need to happen every 20 or 30 years. And this project is a lot of upgrades, but there's a very substantial refurbishment to the original aids of the plant where it currently stands. So we're replacing mechanical, electrical, process equipment, and currently the majority of the Bartlett Bay MEP is over 27 years old. This also incorporates advances in technologies and upgrades for regulatory requirements, some of which are, potential upcoming nitrogen limits. So the plant is designed for the future of the city and to carry it beyond for the next 30 years. Got it right there. Okay. All right. I'm going to do my best to take us through a tour of the facility here. Everyone, I'm sure you all know, but maybe for the public, where Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility is located, it's on Bartlett Bay Road, just across the railroad tracks as you head towards the lake. Like classic Vermonter, where the old Magic Hat used to be, on that east side of the railroad tracks. So we're really proud of the design. The process we went through for the last 2 years with the city has been really engaged with the wastewater operations staff and the operators, Mike Fortin, who's now retired, and Will Sheffer, who's not here tonight, out there who run the plant, who work with the plant, who know what the needs are to manage it. The design is really integral towards thinking about where you are today and planning for the future, being able to handle potentially growth, what potentially wet weather events, better response to those large storms that come through. So I'm going to talk through, and we're going to start at, it's going to be hard to see because of that little small blueprint there, but if you look at the top right, nice, thanks, Tom. The new headworks building. So everything comes in there. The headworks is grit removal. So it's the first stage of the process in the plant. It protects the downstream equipment. So it's taking out what's called rags. It's also taking out potentially even bricks that might come out of a manhole. But that protects everything downstream of the plant. It's an important piece of equipment. It is subject to a lot of abuse. It's intense in there, both chemically and physically. So that is a completely new building there. As we move into the light green area in the middle, that is where the bioprocess is happening. Those are the aeration tanks. And the new design is an A2O process, which is anaerobic, anoxic, and oxic. Those are different zones to do different treatments, some removing organic matter, others removing phosphorus, and then potentially nitrogen as well. Again, like I say, for that upcoming likely permit limit for the Lake Champlain region. After that, so within those green, those are existing tanks that are remaining, but there's quite a bit of equipment being replaced in there. That center space between the two larger green rectangles, there's a lot of blowers and pumps and stuff in there. I'm going really slow, so let me keep moving faster. So now we're going to go into the blue circles. Those are secondary clarifiers. The two existing clarifiers are being refurbished, and then the third clarifier to the far right is being added. That's okay. Just below, in filling in where that fourth circle would be, that's the existing sludge storage tank. That's a metal tank that's failing, that is being removed and replaced with kind of that brownish rectangle just down below the driveway there. There's two brown rectangles, one being new sludge storage tanks, the other being a chem building as well as a sludge processing building. That will be... Okay, let's keep moving over towards the purple area. So as flow moves out from the secondary clarifiers, the sludge goes in the sludge storage, but then the rest of the effluent goes into the filter building, which is a refurbishment of the existing building, the first blue box that Tom is hovering over. And then down below that is a new UV building and effluent heat exchange. We'll talk a little bit about that on the side on that climate-friendly design. Down below that, the blue large rectangle is the new operations and maintenance garage. So that will store equipment, the sludge trucks that haul sludge over to Airport Parkway. And it's also where the operations staff has their lab and the process controls for the plant. I want to point out here, you'll see that we also have a new driveway and some new security fencing going around the perimeter of the plant. And if you, it's hard to see, but the new driveway is located slightly more towards the west. This was an intentional part of the design. We had heard from the trucks that come in and out of here that there were safety risks, safety challenges being that close to the railroad tracks. So by moving the driveway over, it benefits the flow and movement of traffic, which will remain the same. It's generally the same types of trucks, chem delivery trucks, as well as those sludge hauling trucks that are coming in now that driveway. Right on in the box on the right, what's cool that you have a great climate action plan here. You have a great public works department, and we worked really intentionally through this design to provide climate-friendly designs, designed towards the future. So effluent heat exchange being a part of it, that means we're actually capturing energy from the thermal effluent as it leaves the plant. Solar PV panels on all new buildings, energy efficient equipment, for example, the blowers and the pumps, much more efficient than the older equipment that's currently running the plant. And then a digital performance platform. This optimizes the plant energy, the ability to turn and cycle equipment on and off in off-cycle periods, and the reduction in chemical usage. The optimize just the right amount of chemicals in the right spots within the treatment process that can benefit the community. And when we think about this, the climate action and the climate-friendly design, it's not just about the environment. That's a large part of it, right? But it's also about energy savings. It's direct rightly back into the operations of the plant that impact the users and the community themselves. So it supports the long-term decreased operational costs for the plant. And next slide. Okay, so the bids received. Bids were open for the Bartlett Bay Treatment Facility on January 23rd, 2026. Our engineer's estimate for construction cost was $26.96 million, and the low bid came in at $38.55 million. There is another line down below that, which is construction phase engineering for inspection services and support for the city to finish the project. And then the bottom line is adding those totals together. So two bids were received. The low bid is $11.6 million higher, more above our anticipated engineer's estimate. That's about 40%. The bids are good for 60 days until March 24th of 2026, but we can request an extension on that. I want to kind of just talk a little bit to how we prepare engineering estimates. So it's hard. This last 5 years have been as hard as it can be to predict the escalation and inflation that we've seen in the industry. And it's been across all sectors of the public industry. Wastewater in particular, though, because we have a lot of equipment. We have very expensive piece of equipment, and there have been a lot of factors modifying those costs over the years. So we look at historic averages. We use 5-year, historic averages on pricing to do our best to come up with an engineer's estimate. And what we have seen, what you're seeing here, I want to point out that the ENR construction cost index also has shown a 50% increase in construction costs from 2021 to 2026. It's not ideal. I don't want to be here telling you that the project came in 40% over what my team estimated. We do our best to get it as best we can, but that is a marketplace reality. So we got two very qualified construction companies who provided bids to us, and the low bidder is what they are saying that they can do the project for. So we can come back to that. I'm sure there'll be questions.
Okay, so kind of zooming back out from the very specific project. So as you heard, this project has an $11.6 million funding gap. I mentioned earlier there was a $0.4 million overage for construction costs on airport solids handling, and we've gone back and updated estimates for Queen City Park. That number is sort of the all-in number, construction and engineering. So in the end, and then I should say you add all those numbers up, it's closer to 18 million. We had 1.8 million additional in reserve, in some ways anticipating some overages in the bidding process. So we're using kind of up to that amount to offset it, but that still leaves us about $16.4 million short for construction and engineering of all three projects.
Tom, just to pause a second on that one. So you're saying the Queen City Park pump station is estimated to be 6.1 million more than
Total.
the 4.4 that we anticipated when we issued the bond in 23?
Yeah, so
Or
if I go back to that,
6.1 over 4.4?
That's the total cost with the engineering included. That chart breakdown for the original bond, it had the engineering separated out, so I think it had 4.1 or 4.2.
4.4.
4.4, yeah,
So
okay.
I'm trying to, so it's the incremental cost for Queen City we anticipate to be like another $1.5 million?
Yes. Yeah, so we're just, and it's estimating based on kind of what we've seen in the
But-
market.
So I'm having trouble adding the numbers. If you had 11.6, 0.4, 1.5 minus 1.8, how do you get to 16.4?
So you get you have 12 million, right, with the first two bullets?
Yeah.
And you get 18.4.
No,
and
that's
then
what
we take out the 1.8 that we have saved in reserves, and we get down to the 16.4 kind of gap that's left.
I'm just focusing on the 6.1. Is that incremental to what we thought it would be? Or is you have to compare the 6.1 to the 4.4 that we thought it would be? That's
You have to compare that 6.1 to the 4.4 plus the portion of final engineering costs that aren't included
But
in
we've
that
already raised
4.4.
4.4 in 23. That's why I'm struggling with the 6.1. Isn't it the incremental then that we need is another $1.5 million, not 6.1? Am I missing something here?
I hear you. I understand you. So is the 6.1 the total cost?
Yes.
Okay. And it used to be 4.4.
Let me go back to that slide real quick. See the fourth line down?
Queen City 4.45. Okay.
Yep.
Now
See the line below it, the 5.2. That was sort of all in engineering for all three projects. So a portion of that is the Queen City Park pump stations. I don't remember sitting here right now what portion that was, Andrew. But
I'm not asking. I'm just. It's my simple question. Is it? Do we need another 6.1 for Queen City, or is it we've Queen City used to be 4.4, now it's 6.1, so we need another $1.5 million? That's I'm struggling with that.
I'm trying
So
to
at
think
the
of another
next,
way to
at the
explain
next
it.
slide, the 16 that you were coming up included another or the 18 you came up included another 6 million, but we're only adding another $1.5 million.
That's what I'm trying to understand the math.
So should it be 18 million or should it be
Okay.
16.5?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So I think what we can do after this, we have a spreadsheet where we kind of added all this up, and maybe I can provide that to you in
Great.
a
Okay,
much
thank
more detailed breakdown, Andrew.
Appreciate it. And I'm sorry to ask before. I'm just noticing on the slide here. I'm not reconciling the numbers.
Okay. So in light of sort of the bids that we just received, we've laid out two possible next steps for council. And I think you're sort of familiar with these from other recent projects. So the first option is to reject the bids and go through a value engineering process. That is a process whereby we would go in, we'd look at the entire scope of work, we would eliminate things, we'd move stuff around, and we would try to bring the project down closer to that original estimate. And the second option is another bond vote or supplemental bond vote to make up that additional 16.4 million that's needed to cover all three project costs. So going through those. So if we wanted to value engineer, we have to reject the current bids. We can't substantially change it in kind of our process here with the state of Vermont too as our funding source, which we're going to talk about a little later. We can kind of change small things, but we can't like eliminate an entire clarifier. So we would have to reject the bids, go back and kind of redesign the project, go through that process to look at everything, and then go out to bid again. Some of the benefits of doing that, there is a potential to work within our existing bond approved amount, though we will not be getting at that point, certainly the project that we had hoped for or designed. Again, as John said, we had designed this project to serve the city for the next 20 to 30 years. There are elements of the project that would have to be eliminated if we were going to get down to that original estimate. It also, another pro here, it gives us the ability to explore other financing options outside of the state revolving fund. So that is our current loan through the Clean Water SRF. This includes requirements that can increase the cost of a project, the Build America, Buy America, America Iron and Steel, Davis-Bacon, things of that nature. So by using that funding source, it brings that along and it does increase the cost of the project. But generally, you still save money because of the financing that's made available through that program. Some of the cons associated with rejecting the bids is if we change the project design, we have to go back through the kind of gauntlet of permitting that the project had to go through originally. So if we start moving things around or eliminating, we'd have to go back, not just locally, but potentially to some other state permits that were issued for the project. There would be additional engineering design costs. We have spent our engineering budget to this point to get to this point, and it came back high. So if we were to go back and redesign things, even something simple as moving a driveway, for example, would be a fairly significant change to the project. And then it would result in a schedule delay, which could put the current funding at risk. And I think I've already mentioned this, but the project as designed was to really meet the next 20 to 30 years. So if we were to remove an element like a clarifier, or kind of one of the things we're doing is expanding the size of the UV trough, the UV lights that provide that final treatment before water's discharged. They're undersized right now. We're replacing those wider troughs so we can support new equipment. If that's the kind of thing that got eliminated, we might be back in the position where we have to do that within this 20-year time period.
Quick question on this slide. If we were to do option one, how much time would this delay the project? 6 months, a year?
Difficult to say. I would push John and his team to do this as quickly as possible. And a lot of that is because of financing. We are sort of at the front of the line right now. And there's ways we could lose that position to go back into the list, if you will, and get rescored against others, which we're going to talk about. So I would love to get this back out, this fall for construction next year. But those are some realities. And John, maybe you can talk to that a little bit.
And I was just going to say that delay could cause cost escalation as well, which might offset what we might save.
Yeah, I think some of that might be coming up on future slides as far as considering that aspect of it. Yeah, to go back through design to get this much removed from the project would substantially change the project to the point where we would go back through a process with the SRF or with even local permitting for the site plan application and what we've already gone through. So everything right now is ready to be built. I would say we're looking more like a year before we could bid again.
I'd push him to be quicker, but I don't know if he'd let me. So to be discussed to some extent, though, Councilor Smith. And one thing is just because it's a really good example of a value engineering process. And again, we literally started this project today over at Airport Parkway. So back in 2010, we had a similar situation with the Airport Parkway plant when that was last reconstructed. Bids came back high. The city went through a value engineering process and eliminated the clarifier. That clarifier in 2007, the cost estimate was about, it's called $500,000. We're building that clarifier now, and it's $2.2 million. That's not exactly apples to apples. I don't want between the thing, but it's close enough where you get the idea where if you cut something out and then you end up needing it down the road, 19 years, whatever this one is, it really ends up costing you more. If I were to increase that $500,000 by the construction cost index or inflation, you're looking at more $700,000 or $800,000. So it really has gone up in kind of the last 2 decades. So maybe to your point.
How close was the other bid? How close was the other bid?
So the two bids received, Kabricki, the low bidder was $38,548,000, and the next bidder was PC Construction at $45,269,000.
Holy moly! And are other communities? I think I read in the paper that some other communities are also doing some reconstruction of, like maybe Essex or something like that is doing. Are they experiencing the same cost projections?
Yeah, across the board, like I say, in the last 5 years, it's unprecedented what we've seen in the rapid escalation in prices, largely since COVID and the backlog in steel and materials. There's also BABA and tariffs, and there's a whole number of factors that have gone into it. But yeah, we have seen this industry-wide. It's moved fast.
If tariffs were to reduce, would that reduce the bid?
Potentially, predicting that. So right now we have a qualified bid that's willing to hold it, and that's part of, I think we'll talk in option 2 here.
So again, back to option 2 here is holding a supplemental bond vote So if the low bidder would hold their price for a while, which they've given us a verbal indication that they would be willing to do that because they're interested in the project, we could go and do a supplemental bond vote to get the funds we need to complete the projects that are still in front of us from the original. We've proposed to do that in August. It's a bit of a balancing act. We want to do it sooner than later. It was too soon to do it in March, obviously, when all this came about and we opened bids. We do not want to wait until November because the state SRF kind of holds that funding for us in our loan. And so they would like us to move that forward. They could come ask for that back once we've committed to it. So August seems like the best timetable. There's a primary anyway for the timing of a potential ballot item. The pros of this approach we've kind of talked about. It allows us to move the project forward as designed, as planned here, covered by the bond, and there'd be no additional engineering, design, or bid costs. So we've already paid for those costs. We wouldn't incur additional in that regard. And we don't have to go back through permitting if we were to change things around, like I mentioned earlier. Obviously, if we were to go back and get additional bond funding to support the project, that increases the amount of the loan payment, which we'll talk about in a second. And obviously, we have to go back out to bond. And if the voters were to reject the bond, that would delay the project even further. So that is certainly a risk that we would run with this strategy. So wanted to talk a little bit about the impact on wastewater rates. So the first bullet is just the obvious statement. If we increase our annual loan payments, we raise money through our wastewater rates, right, to pay that back. In simple terms, an annual payment of on the additional $16.4 million loan over a 20-year period, it's about $1 million a year. And so that would equate to a 19% increase in 1 year. I did some simple math to bring that one to this number, but that would be just a 19% jump in a single year to raise that additional $1 million. So what I've tried to do is I took the rate model that we use in wastewater, and I have our current scenario. That's the bottom line. And so you can see what we're proposing our rate increases to be over the next 5 years, around 8%, starting to level back out, or reduce, I should say, in fiscal year 33. If we were to have an additional loan amount of 16.4 million, you see we have a larger increase in FY28, and then it hovers around 9-10% for those following 4 years. I did want to note too that in FY34 that we make our last payment on the Airport Parkway loan in FY33. So funds that are going towards that, or about $1 million a year, would be freed up at that point as well. There's a lot of things that go into these percentages. I wanted to try to give you kind of what we were planning and then where this would put us. But this rate here, the bullet at the bottom, or the note at the bottom rather, this reflects all the different factors that go into our rate model. So not just this in the outlying years. So that's, estimates for inflation, volume of billable wastewater flow, loan repayment schedules, and other work in the CIP that's planned to come online over that time that we've already had programmed. So that's all sort of baked into these percent increases.
Tom, does it include the savings that were mentioned, the potential savings that were mentioned from all the really cool energy efficient design features that are going to be built in?
So this doesn't, Andrew. That is a level of detail that's not plugged back into our rate model. So if we were to be saving money on electricity, I think is your question, or heating, that is not included in these estimates.
I'm familiar with a lot of the work that went into this, particularly the heat exchanges. And I wish we had more time because that's a really, really cool thing to just for the public, right? You're drawing, you take a shower and you got all this hot water that goes down the drain, and this heat exchanger is extracting all that energy, which is freaking cool. And I would love to know how much money we're going to be saving from that and the other things, because it may well be significant and push these percentages down in a way that's meaningful.
Can I just okay, sure. Yeah. Usually when we work with communities and we look at projections like this is doing good due diligence to tell the community to anticipate these rate increases over this time. But you are making adjustments annually, right? So you're assessing the user rates on an annual basis to do your best to keep it as minimal as an increase. So I would say that yes, taking that into account, maybe these are more on the conservative side. It still is expensive to run a plant, so the energy savings, like, it will hopefully, keep these lower than what we're seeing on screen tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we just, if we're going to have to sell this to our constituents who are not going to be happy, right? It would be great to be able to tell the story that we're borrowing 16 or 12, whatever we need to borrow, but we're going to be saving 4 or 8 or whatever the number is. Like, that would be a really good thing to be able to say.
Yeah, that's something we can work on.
With some time to prepare for some public outreach components in advance of the bond vote, I do think that's a good thing to try to condense down and make it, easily digestible.
So I also just want to note, kind of jumping ahead to conversation for you all to have, but what if you were going to give us head nods tonight that you were going in this direction, you wouldn't be approving that it's going to the voters tonight. You would be saying, allow us to sign the loan documents, allow us to prepare documents for a future bond vote. So we would have to come back to you several times with this additional, and we could provide additional information at that time.
And again, I apologize for this one too, that I didn't think to ask that, but the next time we talk, it'd be really nice to be able to just have a little nugget around it.
Yep. And I will note with these numbers, I think it was like 3.75% of the increases is just general inflationary and kind of costs of doing business that we, as a flat rate, into those percentages you see there as well. That's part of how our rate model works, and that's based on recent averages. So I have some nice charts and data for you to try to kind of give you a little bit of history. Can
I interject with one question? I'm sorry about the last slide. So I just want to understand. So FY28, you're projecting just a baseline increase of 8.3% without any upgrades. Is that correct? I mean,
that bottom line is with the planned loan of $33.8 million. We're looking at rate increases of 8% ish. If we add the 16.4 additional, that's the top line.
That's the top line, right? But without that, it would be 8.3%.
That's correct. That's what
what's the trend line there? Like starting from, say 10 years ago, what's the trend line in the increase okay.
So that's the yellow line there. I mapped this as far back as 2005. That large spike is around the time we did the Airport Parkway plant. So you can see at that point, the decision was made just a one-time pretty large rate increase, right? And then that dropped down. The black line is inflation. I just thought that would be interesting for folks to see, so I put that on the graph as well. And those dotted lines are just averages. So you can see where after the Airport Parkway bond was approved, we dropped down below inflation. You can see inflation kind of creep up on us there starting in FY20. We sort of fell behind in a lot of the costs to doing business here because we did not keep up with inflation, and you see it starting to go up in 23. And then it stayed there as we prepared for this large capital investment. Our goal has been to have kind of flat rate increases, so not that one-time spike of like 28%, but multiple years of less than 10% to help people plan better. I know that is still a hardship, certainly, to folks that are paying their bills on this, but it seemed more tenable than a 20 or 30% increase all at once. So that's how we've moved forward to this point. And then we also, in the last couple of weeks, have called around and looked at other communities' rates. So as you look at this chart, please ignore the green line in the middle for a moment. So everything else up there is FY26 rates. And so this is the annual wastewater fee for a typical single-family home that uses 8,020 cubic feet of water per year. All the way on the right in the red, sort of we continue to be the least expensive annually for your typical single-family home. And so then what I did is I took those rate increases and I just escalated it to FY32. So even if nobody else moved, right, everybody kept their same rates for FY26, and we are the only ones that increased. That's where our fiscal year 32 kind of cost per homeowner would land. So it still puts us in the middle of the chart. And as council has pointed out, other communities also have pretty large costs coming up. So I can pretty safely guarantee you that they're not all going to stay still for the next 4 or 5 years. I can't tell you where we're going to be, but I think we'll still be in a position we'll be more towards the right side of that chart, which is sort of lower overall annual cost.
And 8,000 cubic feet is about double what the minimum use is per year, right?
If you recall, I think it was the budget presentations, Tim. I think 41% of our accounts pay the minimum fee, and so this is a higher usage. Yep. So at this point, I was going to stop talking at you and try to have more of a discussion with you about all the information I just provided. Our recommendation upon looking at all this is to consider moving forward with an additional bond vote to help cover these additional costs, but certainly looking for council's direction on that tonight, or kind of your input and how you'd like to proceed.
I don't see a choice.
Yeah, I agree.
It's going to keep flowing downhill. And if we don't take care of this and things back up, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
To be sort of graphic about it, but our wastewater demands are going to increase as our population increases, as our housing stock increases, and it doesn't look to me like value engineering, holding off, waiting another year is actually going to gain us anything. And
I take it you
cutting
agree
back
with
on
that.
what we do, I think would be a real problem. So I
This is our
in line with
recommendation.
your
Andrew, yeah.
recommendation.
And I'd like
Hey,
to
do you
add that
agree with that
global
statement?
events are, global events are sort of portending increased costs, increased supply chain restraints. I think that if we held off on this, we would find ourselves paying potentially a lot more, even a year from now. Yeah, we're in the midst of an oil crisis.
And our ratepayers don't want this, but they also want their wastewater taken care of.
So, yeah, I guess I don't know if I mentioned, but the project, as John mentioned at the beginning, the plant is 25, 30 years old. A project has to happen in the near term, one way or another,
Yes.
or else we put the environment and kind of safety at risk. So it's really just the nature of that project is sort of what this question comes down to, and the timing.
Yeah, I feel differently. We're 2 weeks out from the community approving a annual operating budget, and we're presenting a project that they approved alone in maybe 3 cycles ago. And this is a 40% increase to that. I think it would be more prudent to look at value engineering this the way we have had to do other projects that have come in with increases beyond what we expected. I don't know what the timing of the engineer's estimate was, but the variances that we've seen on a couple projects have been very significant. I understand the comments that are being made, but this doesn't feel like one that should be a surprise to the community. And I think there should be a value engineered option at a minimum.
I'm in favor of moving forward what you're asking us today, but I'd love to have the answers to the 2 questions as we make a final decision, because that may well influence what I finally decide.
If you did value engineering, no matter what you arrived at, you probably would still have another 40% increase over what that new value would be, right? And then the question is, what is that delta? And then how much time have we wasted? And then how much money did we spend on getting the new design on top of that? So I just don't know what, you might be talking $3 or $4 million at that point out of the 16. It's just a guess, and then is it worth it at that point? Because we have this design that's ready to go. We just have a very expensive bid.
Well, I understand that, but we don't have the data that says what the value engineered might delivered, and we don't have the information that says what savings might be projected from the investments in this technology. So this is what I was presented with tonight, and this doesn't feel right to take to the community, having just gotten an annual budget approved.
Do you have the ability to do like some sort of a, put a stake in the ground for value engineering without doing a whole value engineering? You have a way of estimating what you think it might be?
It really depends what elements of the project we go. It could be highly variable, I guess, is the answer to that question, unfortunately. If the target was to get down to that original bond number, that's a very different project. Or even, I guess, the last estimate, which was on the previous slide, it's a very different project at that point. If it was to try to shave off a couple of million, we might be able to do that. And I guess one of the things I will note is, so we still do have an opportunity to work with the low bidder here. there's a number of, just one example of the way we could do this is so we can't make major changes, but there was an ability to have that contract was or equals in there. We want this or an equal. And you know, the piece of equipment they were going to give us was specified, but if there's another piece of equipment that's similar and they can show us that it's equal in performance but less in cost, we can do some more reductions. And that's a process we are going to go through, which is a type of value engineering process. I didn't want to confuse council by using the same term twice, but we're still doing that. We're going to do that. And I think we can still get this total price down from what was presented here tonight. And that's certainly our intent. John, you want to clarify?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that was well said. And we're not allowed to do it in the time prior to the contract being signed. So per federal procurement requirements and what the SRF program requires us to do, we can't have that discussion. So what we do is we get the schedule of values. As soon as we get everything signed and you have a contractor on board, let's assume a positive bond vote in August. We get the contractor under contract. We can begin having discussions. There's a lot to this, right? I don't know where their concerns may come from or where costs got inserted in. It might be due to we're removing some really old tanks. There's tanks that are buried on site that are 20 feet plus deep. And by removing them, that means a contractor has to do shoring to support earth and dewatering could be contaminated and the additional costs. And then there's the rail line nearby. So when we have an opportunity to have a real intelligent discussion with them, we may be able to find that with their expertise, actually there's a different way of doing it that could save some money if the city finds it to be an acceptable path. I'm excited to get to that point, but we can't have those discussions yet.
Folks understand why we're prohibited from doing that now, because we still have the bids in front of us and we have to award based on those bids, right? So once we've awarded, then to John's point, we can really dig into that.
So moving away from that value engineering piece that you just described and back to what's in the slide. I want to make sure I understand what it means to value engineer. Does that mean eliminate a process? Does that mean do a process less well? Like, what does that actually, like, what happens when you value engineer?
All right, I'll give it a shot. We don't have our lead wastewater engineer, Kirsten Warden, here tonight, but I'll do my best impersonation. So we're adding a third secondary clarifier. I know that's a third secondary clarifier, but it's a new tank. It's a new portion of the project. What we assessed during the design and worked with the operators is due to the amount of flow that comes into the plant, the average daily flow, with two clarifiers that need to get refurbished. If you turn one down to refurbish the other, there's a large risk on the plant's ability to treat wastewater. If there's a storm event during that time period, we're going to have an overflow. We're going to have raw sewage or untreated, unfinished treatment of sewage going out to the lake. So you would need a holding tank, right? So if you take away the adding a new clarifier allows you to build that. It protects you for future growth within the city, protects against future wet weather events, and during construction, you're not paying for an ancillary cost to do a holding tank. So the only other way to account for during that construction is the holding tank. We don't even know where you'd be able to put it because we're restricted on the site to the north with protected habitat there. So that's one example. Another example is if you take away the new sludge storage tank and you continue to use that metal storage tank, that is failing. It will fail. In 10 years, you might have a sludge storage tank project. In 10 years, you'll likely have a third secondary clarifier project. These things are likely to come up for you at this point. So even to do the big chunks of dollars that we'd have to do would be, I wouldn't call it a value engineering, I would call it a redesign. Because it would be
what I'm hearing is that value engineering is not really a feasible route. It's going to make a project that potentially just doesn't work well. It just may not work what we need. Is that like a fair restatement?
I think we'd be coming back to you again in the future anyway, because that sludge storage tank, for those that were on the board when we first presented this project, we had like a picture of that tank with a ladder and a pinhole where you could see it's leaking, right? So that may be a thing. We say, well, we could probably get more time out of that. I don't think we can get 20 years out of that, right? So I think what happens is we take these things out to meet this price, but within that time frame, we're going to be back because now we have more imminent issues to address. And there's a lot of things like that we can look at, and we would have to make our best judgment and come back with the design because it's a complicated process to design and also for the contractor to construct. because it has to treat wastewater to our high standards the whole time they're reconstructing it too.
Is it fair to say that what I hear you saying is value engineering is really deferring costs that we're going to have to incur at some time anyway? And
Yes.
if that's what value engineering is, particularly looking at the cost of that clarifier at Airport Parkway, that deference is not actually going to be saving us money.
To a point, Lori, yeah.
So
it's fair to say.
I'm wondering if we want to change the word value engineering to deferring costs, to be honest about what we're looking at.
Are there costs associated with these events where the tanks overflow and they don't meet the needs? So what are the costs associated with deferring and potentially running into an issue where we're, God forbid, dumping raw sewage into the lake?
Violations and things of that
Yeah,
nature.
are there regulatory actions that can be taken that would result in fines? And
Do you want to take that one?
I think that we need to be really cautious not to shortchange essential infrastructure, I guess is.
Yeah, before Bob gives his answer. So, one of the reasons for that clarifier as well is wet weather flows. When we get a big storm, a lot more water enters the system. And we've been pushed close. And, normal day-to-day operations, we have capacity there, but that's a big concern as well with that additional clarifier. So, Bob.
Yeah, well, I think you've pretty well already said it. We did have a minor violation when there was that December flood in the high flows. Was it 2 years ago? That December, the really high flows. And we had one clarifier down for maintenance at that time, and we just couldn't maintain it. We weren't fined, but if you have multiple ones, then yeah, you'll certainly be fined.
So
and it's a public health issue too.
I'm hearing you're in favor of like moving forward with the bond vote, and this side I'm getting some head nods, and Elizabeth was more interested in value engineering. I'm leaning towards looking at the bond vote too. Is that enough feedback for you for now?
I think so, yeah. So as Jesse or I said, one of us said it, we'll come back with the proper documents to schedule that. There's some legal work that the city attorney and I'll have to do, speak with bond counsel. So you will see this again. We can gather up some of your specific questions related to other costs, whatever they may be, and bring that back with us when we come back.
And just to foot the 16.4.
Yes, yeah.
To break it out, yeah.
One other thing that would be useful, I think, in coming back to us is if for some reason we don't go ahead with this, or if we decide to defer some of the expenses that we have, what are the risks that mean to our community? And I think that if we can share that with our community when we're making this decision, that can help them understand why it's important to move ahead.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Councilor Smith, because obviously we're going to have to come back and do some education and talk about this more between now and August. Tonight we just sort of needed a direction because the time's up and we've got to respond to a couple different things. Yeah.
So I think, Tom, at a minimum, you need approval to submit the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. Oh, there you go.
Very quickly. So that was part two. Before we got the nature of this conversation changed a little bit depending on that conversation. So we currently have a $30.2 million loan approved through SRF. That is construction and construction phase engineering, oversight, inspectors, et cetera. And those loan documents are ready for signature. They've been ready for a while. We've been sort of holding them until we had bids, obviously, and come back to you. These funds are at the moment set aside for construction of the Bartlett Bay Wastewater Treatment Facility project only. Without getting into a lot of detail about SRF, because it is a complicated process where they do priority ranking, our project was below the funding line in this last cycle. But other projects didn't move forward as fast as we did. So once those projects acknowledged that we don't need construction funding, we moved up the list and we moved up the list. And that is how we got a hold of, but we're authorized or approved for this $30 million. If we do not sign these documents, we get today we get put back in the list. I know some of those other projects are moving along and will be in the next year going out to bid as well. So we really run a risk there of losing our construction funding and being told through that program that, well, you guys have to wait another year now because you didn't make it above the line. The fact that we have the loan and if we sign it, we hold our place in line, that money set aside. We can do an amendment in the future with them, they've told us, to cover the additional costs. So it's there and kind of we're in the front of the line. In talking with the folks at the state, there's no downside to funding. If we don't spend the money, We don't make payments on it. And the real big benefit of SRF.
I move to authorize.
I move. Yeah, I
Well, this is
second.
so fascinating. I spent so much time looking at this.
Take a yes. Take a yes. Let's get this done.
The question. You've made it clear in here that there's no downside to signing. So if a decision was made not to move forward on the current recommendation, but to look at a different option, it would require this approval to keep our queue or keep our place in queue.
So we have the approval. It depends how long that process is if the state comes and looks for this money back, is the way it was described. And there's no straight answer on what happens. But if a bunch of other projects that are on their list are now clamoring for construction phase funding, the state could very well come back and say, hey, you're not using it. You can't hold it forever. But verbally, they've allowed us, and we've had a number of meetings on this to kind of go these couple of months.
But
So
that decision would likely be made prior to an August bond vote. So we're not talking about a ton of time, right?
yeah, I mean, if we were well past that, we might run the risk. But they've already said they would hold it through the fall. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. You ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Could
Thank
I
you all.
have one other comment? I know we've had struggles getting facility tours, but this would be one that I would put as a high priority if we're going to be asking the community for any.
Any part of the infrastructure, any time of the day or night, 3 in the morning, anytime you want.
We still we're trying, Bob. We're trying to find.
How about right after this meeting?
He would. Don't tempt
We
him.
still have that. We have that giant check that Becca Ballant gave us, right? Okay. Okay. Good. All right. Good. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Moving backwards we're actually moving down to item 10, which is we're moving 10. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do 10, which is discuss the status of the Hubbard Natural Area Project and possibly award the contract for construction. Erica Quallen-Toll, Deputy Director of Capital Projects. Good evening. Sorry, it's 10:10.
So just before we go, so I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion and just a few moments on why the state has forced our city to adopt a conflict of interest rule policy that's very prescriptive and very mechanical. And I own some land that I bought for conservation that has a very small border with Hubbard, and because of that, under the state rules, I have really no discretion. I think those rules are irrational. Interestingly, I know from state legislatures they haven't subjected themselves to the rules, because if they did, they said they'd have too many conflicts, they wouldn't be able to get anything done. I hope we could have a further conversation about that to make the rules make more sense, but that is what it is.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's fine. I have another item after this too. So
you just
I was going to be here. So Erica Quallen-Toll, Deputy Director of Capital Projects. Thank you for having me back this evening to talk about Hubbard. I have a presentation here that was in your packet, which includes a little bit of background also, especially since we have a new counselor. This project has a lot of history, so I will try to run through that as fast as possible, but wanted to make sure it is in here. So the context of this project, we are looking north is to the left of the screen here. And so I've put a box around where the project in Hubbard is. And also it's a little bit outside of Hubbard, and an easement we have that connects to Upswept Lane in the South Point neighborhood. And this is part of a larger network that runs north-south for active transportation that is adjacent to Spear Street. This decision to pursue an adjacent corridor from the Shelburne town line to Swift Street was made in a bicycle and pedestrian feasibility study. I believe it was in 2015, I forget which phase of that one. And so this is a pretty key link of this. and just also called out a few other projects in the area to show you this corridor is very active and working towards completion there. So here's the big old timeline through this. The primary thing is that the city acquired this parcel, then known as the Underwood parcel, in February of 2013. And it has since gone through a number of visioning and master plan efforts that have included long-range plans for this property. And in January of 2020, that is when this specific project started design. At the time, it also included a viewing area and a few other components. Since then, through various discussions, that viewing area was removed and is now the project that is in front of you today and has been approved by the DRB. We went through a bid period recently, and bids were opened in February, and the current plan, based on permit conditions, is that we can start construction on April 15th is the date that we are allowed to start construction there. So the current project component has a 10-foot wide paved path that includes a 10-foot mowed area on the west side. About 5 feet would still be mowed on the east side, just to keep brush back from encroaching on, like we do on pretty much all of our paths. There is a small pause place at the crest of the hill where the viewing area previously was. Now has just a pause place with 2 benches, a bike rack, and some trees for shade around those benches. There are some other bike racks and benches that came out of a July 2023 conversation with the council at the time. And then the last component of this is a reconstruction of the parking lot. It's currently a pretty beat up gravel parking area, and it is offset ever so slightly with Pinnacle Drive. And so this would be a paved parking area that is teed up to make a proper perpendicular intersection, in that it has 18 parking spaces, 5 of which are accessible, 4 lights, low, more pedestrian scale lights, and then a row of shrubs that would shield those lights and any headlights in the parking area from those adjacent homes. Since I know that lighting is a big reason why I am here tonight to bring this back, wanted to just spend a minute to show you what is included in the project currently. The orangish yellow circles are around the 4 proposed lights that are in the plan currently. And on the right of the screen are the 2 options. The one on the left of the 2 photos on the right are what were included in the base bid. This is, I believe this is in Cider Mill 2. We have these in most of our neighborhoods, and they are spec'd out to be about 14 feet tall, so much shorter than your standard street light. And then in the alternate that you saw in the bids was to do a solar option, so there would not have to be any additional excavation and wiring and conduit, and they would be a bit more of a standalone fixture with nothing else there. And so that is not the exact lighting we would use. It was just the closest to be able to give you a rough representation. It would be a very similar fixture to the one on the left. It's just that that decorative head would be on an arm, but still downcast and relatively low lighting and that same mounting height. So on the lighting, to give you just a bit more detail, the current lights that are proposed have a peak illumination of 2.5-foot candles. For reference, in the LDR requirements, the maximum allowed is a 3-foot candle average. And so the lights here at their very most, if you're standing directly under it, it's at about 2.5-foot candles. In the DRB decision, the lights are one of our conditions on that permit is that the lights be on a timer or just programmed such that They are on for no more than 1 hour before sunrise and 1 hour after sunset. So that is a maximum. But they could be on during those dawn and dusk hours, but they cannot be on for more than 1 hour before or after. So I already talked about those next two. This does say 15-foot lights because they are mounted at 4 feet, and then the luminaire themselves has a little bit of height. So a few considerations here around why they were put into the design in the first place. So we had, during initial conversations from this, we had heard some reports that there are people hanging out pretty late and being in the park when the park is technically closed, and so lighting was something that we had a few conversations, and the police department, after conversations with them, they thought that it would be a good idea for public safety. And it's been brought up many times, the park does currently close at dusk, but there's nothing physically restricting anyone from getting in. So that is another consideration there. And based on all of the conversations that we've had in the context of the area, we did decide to go with a much more minimal, lower scale lighting design and much fewer lights, and just generally the scope and scale to be much more low impact to match that natural area context. And it had been asked where we had other lights in parks around the city, and so I went walking around and looking around. So we do have in the parking lot at that park, understood that that's a much more active all hours type one. So that's where the only parking lot one. We are City Center Park with the boardwalk lighting that path and boardwalk. Low level lights, but there are bollard lights and other entrance lights. And then also at the end of Andrews Ave in the entrance to Szymanski Park, there are also some street lights there. Just wanted to make sure I covered that question that came up. And so the bidding process, it went out to bid on January 20th, received bids on February 13th, and we received 9 bids, which was very competitive. Our engineer's estimate was just over 600,000, and the low bid came in at just under 500, and the high bid was just over 700. So we luckily on this one got the engineer's estimate quite good here. And just to note that these are the base bids. There was a question, and I had responded to the counselors that our contract documents specify that we have to award based on the base bid, not the alternates. We can award directly with the alternate, but we cannot determine the low bidder by the bid plus alternate. And if anything were to change with it, we would still have to award the contract and do a change order through that and make that decision, kind of the administrative process after, which is an option, but we could not make any substantial changes, very similar to what was just discussed with the wastewater plant. We couldn't make any substantial changes before we award the contract. And so from a staff standpoint and in conversations with the design engineer, I am proposing a recommendation to award the construction contract to SD Ireland, who was the lowest base bid, and I would recommend including that alternate for solar lighting because it is a bit more of a standalone option. I know some folks in our staff were excited to try it out as an option to see how it works here, and there are just less impact to the construction timeline to where we have to tie in for that power. And so I think that's, just some implications of this here. And so since it had been asked about removing the lights, wanted to just clarify what those implications would be. So the most recent DRB decision was issued on September 4th, 2025. And then the modifications, we would have to amend that approval. The board did discuss lighting at their meeting, but they were discussing about limiting that impact, and because of that condition they put on, it is the staff opinion that we could likely do this administratively, but if there were to be an increase or a full reconfiguration of lighting, then it would be more likely to have to go in front of the board.
So the solar could be done administratively?
The solar, they would still all be in the same location.
Yeah.
So that does not have to go back to them. It would be the removal or,
right.
Yeah. And so this just lays out the costs, which was also in your packet with the bid tab memo. And now I think that's actually it. Yes, it is.
Okay. So I think the request from us is action on this to, what?
Can you go back to the last slide?
That one?
No, it's right there. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's that.
wait, go back.
Sorry, you were on the right
The one with the recommendation.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So to approve the award for the construction.
Yes.
So I've received a lot of emails about this.
Me too.
The council's going to talk a little bit, and then we'll take some public comment. All right. You've been patient. Thank you very much for sticking around with this for so long. And are there people online still on this? Just curious. We just want to check in.
Right now, nobody has their hand up.
Okay, good. Keep those hands down. Just kidding. So, and I've gotten some calls and feedback on, that the fact that Hubbard, Underwood Hubbard is a 60-acre, very natural area right now. It does have an impervious, discarded ground up asphalt parking area. I'm not sure how many cars can fit in there now. 10.
Between 15 and 20, depending on how well.
Right, exactly, right. There are no lines.
There are no rules in that.
I did look today, and there is one street light that's close to the entrance of it, but it focuses on Nolan Farm Road. It doesn't focus the other way. I don't think it shines very much into the park itself at all. And I do want to stress that this bike path is instrumental to getting people off of Spear Street, and this will give us two links, at least to South Point. So from North Jefferson comes back to Spear. It's a short link to get back into South Point, and then they can get to Nolan Farm Road. Then you have that new project that's going to connect all the way across Swift, right, and then eventually on to Spear, right, to go into the woods. Yeah. So the point of that was that this is a major improvement to bike ped egress, or transportation through the north-south corridor. And it also gives ADA compliance, right, and the ability to get people in wheelchairs out to the broad part of the park to see the magnificent view that it's just expansive compared to Overlook, which is every year it gets more and more compromised by foliage, right? So, so this is an improvement, but it is taking up a fraction of the area of the park, and everything east of that bike path and parking lot is going to remain the way it is at this time. So that's how I wanted to open it up. Personally, and I know what I want to hear from the public. I feel like we need to go forward with just the way it's designed. I could maybe argue with you a little bit and hear your complaint about the solar, but this has been on the books for a while. Need to get it built. Whether we're talking 15 cars or 18 cars, this gives us handicap parking spots, right? And it gives us light for people to get into those cars after sunset. So I want to hear your opinions, but that's where I am.
Okay. So I'm mostly in full agreement with you. I'm the one that delayed this project.
It was you, wasn't it?
It was me. It was, yes. And I did it because I had originally heard that eliminating lights would delay the project probably very significantly. Later found out that is not necessarily accurate. In terms of public safety, having lights for 1 hour before dawn and 1 hour after dusk, it may make it easier for people to get in and out of cars when they're leaving at sunset or getting there before sunrise. But it's not extending light into the park for any significant period of time throughout the night. It's an extra $60,000 to $90,000 that we're spending to put light into a park that is a natural area that has no light. And I truly believe that we can have better use of that $90,000, and I think that the park will do beautifully without those lights. I'm at Red Rocks Park, and there are people that park there and come and go after dusk, and there's no light. I just think that putting lights into that park is not a good idea. That's my personal opinion, and I would make a friendly amendment to move ahead with this project without the lighting.
And the lights.
And I would say I would add one thing to that. I would say that provided it is an administrative fix to the permit.
Is that true?
It's supposed to be.
It is likely
It's
true.
likely.
Yeah.
We would.
Right. Wait.
Who are you pointing to?
I'm pointing to Paul, who's texting me something I don't understand.
So we're getting a thumbs up from the back.
What is Paul? Do you want to just come down and explain
Come
what
on
you just
down.
said?
I apply for permits, not review them. So.
Hi, Paul
Can't
Connor.
put Eric on the spot. For
Yeah.
Hi, Paul Connor, Director of Planning and Zoning. What I wanted to say is, yes, I agree that it is likely, but decisions about administrative versus DRB are based on the facts of an actual application, not on the conceptual. So right now you're talking about potential changes. We don't want anybody to be surprised if the result is that it winds up being a development review board process based on a set of facts. So
Thank you, Paul. I had that very experience, and I'm glad you're making that caveat. And so the friendly amendment would be that we remove lights, provided it goes through and they find out that administrative can be done. If it can't be done administratively and has to go in front of the DRB, then move ahead with the lights.
Oh, okay.
That would be the proposal that I would make.
Okay, and then if the lights could be deleted, right, with administrative change, how does that affect the contract that's already been bid? What happens then?
We can still award the contract, especially if it was pending that decision. We could award the contract based on the base bid, and we can amend that with a change order to say remove them, or we would amend it to change to the alternate, or whichever is the council's guidance on that. But you can make a change order that reduces the cost.
But it would
They
reduce
rarely happen, but it's possible.
It would reduce the cost.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
It would reduce the cost by the amount that you showed us that the lights would cost. Because last meeting, there was some discussion around, it might reduce the cost a little bit, but we wouldn't get the full amount back.
Yeah, based
so
on
we would get the full amount back. Okay.
Right. Based on the bid, we would subtract the exact amount that they submitted for their unit cost for the
58,000.
lights. Yes.
Or 87.
Let me ask this theoretical question. If it feels like we're getting some nods heads to this friendly amendment, right? Do we need to hear the input from the public, or you still want to talk? Okay, just asking if you know. And Elizabeth wants to say something now too.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be any surprise that I would prefer to go forward on the project as it was approved unanimously by City Council in 2023. The project, based on community input, has been diminished significantly prior to getting here. I won't go through the number of amenities that were eliminated that got to where we're at now, but they are significant. One of the goals was equitable access to this park and nature area. It is a 60-acre parcel. The portion that we're talking about putting 4 lights on is minor compared to the rest of the property. It is a staff recommendation to move forward. I would, as Tim mentioned, move forward with the original recommendation as it was outlined. To me, there was so much public input to this that resulted in a council action that to change anything, to me, further diminishes the, what I consider relatively minor amenities that provide some additional equitable access to this property. So that's really where I stand on this. I think it dishonors the prior council's action, the process that they went through to get there, and the public input that resulted in these few amenities. And I'll stop there. I was asked the question because I had discussed as one of the criteria on another project, waiting for the results of the master plan for open space and parks. And this decision was made far in advance of even the conception of having a master planning process by prior council. So that is one of the reasons that I support moving forward with this particular recommendation.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
And may I ask a clarifying question? So I want to be sure on your direction. If lights were to remain in, are you recommending to move forward with the wired or the solar lights?
We haven't said that yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's hear from the public.
Can I ask one more quick question?
I have one more question, if that's okay. The trees in the pause area is basically just a little expansion of the diameter of the bike path with some benches, and I saw that there were a few trees around that area. Is that to provide shade for people sitting on the benches, because it would otherwise obstruct the view from other parts of the park where people are, where people do walk, other mode areas on the park?
Yeah, so that was kind of where we landed after removing the formal viewing area, which would have been lower. And so there was still a desire for some shade around there. So trying to keep it to a very minimal area, to just the 3 trees were left there to provide that shade for people on the benches, but keeping it in a small enough area so as not to make a large obstruction.
Plant a bunch of trees right in the.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It'll be like Overlook Park too.
Yeah. No, I just I rewatched the meeting from 2023, and there was no discussion about trees. I just wanted to get some clarification on it.
Just a quick clarification question, Tim. I had asked a question about, there was a significantly lower bidder on the lighting component of the project, but I'm curious as to why a part of a project can be eliminated from a bid, but it can't be eliminated and then added with a lower bid from another vendor.
Could you restate the question? The one thing
I just heard you say that if a decision was made to move forward without lighting, the project doesn't have to be rebid. It can just be eliminated as a line item and move forward. But it is not, the converse is not allowed, that if there is a line item that is less expensive, then we subsequently couldn't go back and award a line item to a different vendor, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I think I follow, and it's primarily an order of operations thing of when we can and can't do different components. So we have to award the contract based on the base bid. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that part. And then we can choose to award that with the alternate or not. And the alternate could also be added later. We could make that switch. But we could not award based on the low bidder if accounting for the alternate. And it is similar to the wastewater. It is also an approved equal. We have approved equal. So depending on who we could still review the actual product and see if we could get something that meets all of our standards that we were looking at initially and comes in at a lower price. We could do that type of value engineering here. But all of the contractors, they get their estimates from different people too. So they then in turn use that supplier cost. And so I'm not sure what suppliers or manufacturers, because agreed, they're very different costs.
Right. Members of the audience, raise your hand if you want to come speak. Okay.
So 2 online.
Well, let's do. listen, you have to come up to the podium and read the little sign there and follow the directions and.
The button is on.
And pull that mic down to your mouth too.
Do what?
Pull the mic down so you can.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
My name is Betty Ellis, and I'm here, and I'll try to make it quite short. I got pretty excited when I came up with these ideas, though. I'm actually going to tell you why lighting is not good in that area for wildlife. And artificial light at night, even if it's 2 hours, one before and one after, that's not natural for these creatures. It affects foraging, orientation, migration, seasonal reproduction, colonization, and more. The untouched natural areas, as you know, are decreasing, especially in South Burlington. This is going to be a wonderful park, but I see no need for lighting anywhere around it. And I just want to add, I live on Brewer Parkway. We have lots of lighting. We've had 2 cars stolen. We've had a woman knifed, a police officer knifed who went to aid her. We've had things stolen out of garages. So the lighting has not helped any of that. Okay, so most of the basic functions of living organisms are controlled by internal genetically determined clocks. That's your temporal elements, temporal events. And basic responses and functions related to orientation in space and circadian rhythms are affected by artificial light at night. And you've probably heard, I know in Florida where I had a condo, people were turning off their lights even in their houses when the turtles had to go into the water. So you know of that one. But the artificial light affects fish, birds, amphibians. It affects everyone that you're going to have in the park. And light and dark determines synchronized activity, the right actions at the right time. So you are screwing that up if you put lights in the parking lot.
Is that your major complaint, is the light?
Yeah, that's my only complaint.
Okay, all right. So
You know, I don't have to.
Yeah.
I can go on and on from these studies that are done.
I applied a 2-minute warning.
Oh,
to
I'm
everybody
sorry.
Else, so you're
okay,
right about
then
10
I will
seconds.
stop. I will stop there.
Okay.
And I think I made my point with my street that I live on, that they're not necessary either. And if people, they can take their flashlight and turn on their flashlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to turn this on?
Who's next? Please identify yourself, sir.
I'm Kevin Donahue. South Burlington Roast.
Got to turn the light on.
Bright green. Follow the directions, sir.
Okay. So, actually, Tim and I had a couple of emails that went back and forth on this. I had on Front Porch Forum had gotten a little, I guess, out of the loop in on this whole thing, and thought that it had been put to rest, that there wasn't going to be any paving or lighting or whatever up there, and that, of course, is not true. In one of my emails, we talked about Overlook Park, and Tim had referenced the ADA, and like, well, we have Overlook Park that's already paved, already lit, and Tim was talking about the views that, you know, are better here. And that may be true. But I'm going to just mention Overlook Park because it's partially block view, and something that might be able to be changed from that. I don't understand the trees that have been let grown up. Is that actually the property of the house owner below, or is that something the city did?
I don't know.
Okay. Because if it's city-owned property, just cut the darn things down, and you'll get your view back. Okay. And the other thing that we had, maybe if they are the people that own that property, since they're new, something might be able to be worked out with them to get that view back. You know, a new approach with the new owners, and maybe they would be receptive to increasing the view, as long as it doesn't shine light into their homes. And that was another thing. While we're on the subject of that, when those new arborvitaes or whatever they are got planted up near the parking lot in the stone wall, additional trees to add to an already existing problem of a diminishing view. I called Kevin Dorn when he was the city manager, and he said those were planted near the stone wall because they were asked by the homeowner to have it done to keep some headlights from shining there. So I asked Kevin, I said, well, what happens when those get to be 20 feet high again? And he said, no, we're going to keep them trimmed and at about 4 or 5 feet high, just to block the lights from the cars. Well, he's gone, and Tim, now you're sort of in charge of the city council anyway, and Jesse's the city manager taking over there. So the torch has been passed to you, which should have been a hedge trimmer, and somebody should get out there and trim those things to the 5 feet so that doesn't become any more of a problem, and work on that. And if you get that back, there's really no need for this whole paving thing of a nature area there. And lit
2
or
minutes,
not.
just so you know.
I know, I'm near 2 minutes. I'm hoping to give me 3.
10 more seconds.
I'd have to listen into 50 people. I know that it's going to be tight. But what really kind of puzzles me, Tim, is when I was on the police building committee and we wanted to put the police station up there by Khan's Arena in that area, right where the dog park is now, maybe tucked a little further back. You were all Mr. Nature, and I commend you for it. And that's where we met. And I was on this committee that almost got drummed out of town because how can you put a building at this nature place? And now we're sort of doing the same thing here. We're starting off with a little pavement, little lighting. Right now, the other stuff has been put on the back burner, but years go by and all of a sudden that stuff comes back up again. And we have
10 more seconds.
We have good ideas, and some things, these good ideas, as they go along, they just add more issues, more money down the road to this. I'd like to see that $500,000 go over to Tom and add to his little dilemma he's got in something that really is going to be unsettling to people if something goes wrong. Great. And maybe that $14 million bridge we're talking about. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
You've got 2 more people.
All right. Who's next? We got all night. It's okay.
Sprained my knee twice shoveling. So glad to see the snow gone. Lacey Yankowski, live next to Red Rocks Park, help oversee it for the city, and I'm also on the Natural Resources Committee. Question, where is the funding coming for the work?
It's in the CIP, or it's been in the plan for quite a while.
It is a combination of Open Space Fund and Penny for Paths. It's on the Open Space and Natural Area Approved Projects list. So
Okay,
those two
yes,
are-
yes, because I was actually on that committee. Also, and we did have some money kind of set aside to do work at Hubbard. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. You didn't use up all your time. Good. Who's next? Come on. Oh, well, Mr. Semino.
I'll take her extra time.
All right.
No, actually, hopefully not. Give you a break. I support keeping the approval the way it is and retaining the lights. I've been involved with Hubbard since we acquired it as Underwood. I served on the task force that was originally organized to vision the future, and I haven't been a part of or observed the process that had more rigor attached to it than the Underwood process had when the property was acquired. Since then, well, nothing was done for several years. Maybe the money wasn't in the budget or what have you, but I think people have gotten used to the idea that that park was there for the neighbors as a somewhat private sanctuary. But parks are for people. There's a portion of this park that will not be used or developed in any way. That being a wetland area that is protected by state regulation. There's a wooded section that has some trails through it that hopefully those trails will continue to be used as well. But the portion of this park that sits on the west side has a lot of redeeming features, including a view that far exceeds the one of the existing overlook that we have right now. And I can see a day when the overlook is going to be located in Hubbard and not where it is presently located. The lights, I'm not here to pass judgment on their efficacy and safety, but there were some representations made and promises made to people, and there's a reason why people have lights. And we've learned to live with them. Our circadian rhythms are adapted to the worlds that we live in. And I don't think the hour on either side of the clock is going to significantly have an impact on the wildlife that's there. So I would encourage you to accept the site plan approval and the bidding process that has occurred here and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Who's next? Mr. Taylor, come up and identify yourself.
Peter Taylor. Similar to what Mike just said, it's a public park. It should be welcoming to the public. I think the lights help with that welcome. And it has gone through, as it's been said, rigorous review to get to this point. And I think it's pretty late in the process to quickly change it and modify it. And if that is the case, it should be put out for the public to vote on it if you want to change it, because I don't think it would get general public support to change it. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's online?
Erica, can you stop sharing your slides for a sec so I can see? Thank you. So we have Havala.
Havala?
Hi.
Havala, hi.
Thanks for taking my comments. I am on the Bike Ped Committee. I think I'm speaking more on my own behalf, but I will say the committee did review all of these plans with the lighting, and that's my dog in the background, sorry. And my thought about the lighting is that this isn't like a full overnight lighting. It's just an extra hour in the earlier morning and the later evening. And with my safety hat on, I'm just thinking if people are commuting across that path, which was part of the purpose of keeping it, and it's in the evening hours, which it can easily be from November through March, and people do bike in these times of years. I'm concerned that there could be more bike car kind of crashes if there's inadequate lighting. And just giving a little extra at the beginning of the day and the end, I think is a nice safety feature with that in mind. It's also gone through quite a lot of public vetting, and this is the plan that's gone through. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Sandy Dooley.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi. I'm not sure how the visuals are working, but I'm
when I was on the city council when the Underwood property was purchased, and it has gone through an exhaustive process, and the amount of I think the city council in 2023, and I participated in that public hearing, produced a good balance, and I would encourage you to go forward with the recommendation of the staff and what has already been approved. There, and also this, given that public input in 2023, having this come up so sort of just out of the blue, and we're talking about it at almost 11 o'clock at night. I just am very troubled by the process, but I'll just put that aside and say I encourage you to vote in favor of the proposal, and it sounds as staff has presented it, and that was approved by the DRB, and the solar lights sound like a good idea if that's workable.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandy. Anybody else online? That's it?
Oh, yep, Ryan Doyle.
Hi, Ryan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'll keep it quick. I think the lighting is important. I would say there might need to be some adjustment, or there could be some adjustment. I think when we're talking about winter months, the possibility of keeping the lights on in the evening more than an hour might be really important for safety. But on the contrast, for 8 months out of the year, maybe 7 or 8 months out of the year, I don't think you would need them on in the morning at all. The sun comes up so early most of the year, it is unlikely that anybody would even be commuting or accessing the park that early in the morning. And that is also the time of the year when we have the most wildlife there. So I think I want to see the lights there. I also want to see a little bit of flexibility and reality in the situation in terms of how we adjust that lighting to optimize safety with the concern for wildlife.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Now, is there anybody else left online?
Done.
Anybody left in the audience? No? Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, so the status that we have at this point is that you had a friendly amendment, right, to pass this the way it is, but asking it that if it's administrative only change to remove the lighting, to go ahead and remove it. But if not, leave the lighting as it is, 120 volt.
That's correct.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
I actually am pretty compelled by some of the arguments I heard. I agree with what Ryan said, that we should be flexible about. In other words, I think I have changed my opinion from that, and I think we should keep the lighting, but you know.
You think we should keep the lighting?
Keep the lighting. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, to hear public comment and decide based on that, right? So at this point, I heard some compelling arguments regarding the bicycle commuters and the ability to be flexible regarding the use of the lighting. I think in terms of that flexibility, we also have the option of using red lights, which are friendlier to wildlife. I was also very compelled by the arguments about the wildlife, I have to say, because that was my initial concern. But in order to be balanced, and anyway, that's enough.
So you're leaning with straight ahead, as is?
Yes, with solar lights.
And you are too? Okay, but you still want the friendly amendment?
No need.
No need?
No need.
So now you sense that you want to just move ahead with the project as is? With 120 volts?
If it's 2.2, that's what it is anyway, so yes.
Right, okay. All right.
I would consider the solar, but I don't think we should be spending the money.
Yeah. It's another whole consideration I wanted to go. So anyway, so can I have a motion to advance this contract as is?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion.
Second it.
What does that mean, as is? I think we need some direction on what you want us to do.
So as was originally designed.
With the base bid.
With
the base bid.
No solar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Base bid, no solar.
Sorry, thought that was.
Okay. Just want to be very clear.
Very clear.
So
Yeah, there was a motion, and you gave a second.
I'm sorry. I'm confused now. Are we talking about with the solar lights, or we're talking about
with 110 volt?
With 120 volt.
with 120 volt solar.
which are less,
No.
less expensive,
Less expensive.
right? And they're guaranteed to work all the time, no batteries.
Okay, and solar is off the table.
Yes. Yeah, I think so, because it becomes problematic, right? The batteries end up dying at some point in the future, then you have to replace the batteries, right? And then you're also subject to cloudy days where they don't charge up, and that's happened on some of those, rapidly flashing beacons in the past. So maybe they're better quality now, but you run into problems like that. So
Yeah, second.
So that was a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any final discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes 3-1 with 1 nay on the part of Lori Smith. And so you have your directions to move forward. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much to the audience and all the input from people online.
Thank you, Erica. I'm
We
staying
really
put.
appreciate it.
But thank you
But
on
you
this
stay where
item.
you are.
Can I do a really quick agenda check?
Sure.
So you guys still have the e-bike unshared use pass discussion, which Erica is still here for. Funding request for the Parks and Open Space Master Plan, receive the Q2 financials,
Yep.
talk about the social service funding,
Yep.
liquor control, your reports, other agenda items, other
Yep.
business. Are there any of those you just want a motion to approve really quick so the staff can get out of here?
Oh, sure.
Or table until April 6th?
Can we table fiscal year 26 review?
Yep.
Okay, so
If you're
table
gonna-
12. All right.
Can we table the social service funding plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Table 13.
Sorry, Martha, for making you stay all night.
Sorry.
Move forward with the other ones?
And do
That,
you,
that's fine.
okay,
Getting Martha out of getting one person out of here.
is that it for now that we can do? Okay.
Well, you can approve the, we'll do those. You could
Okay.
also approve the Parks and Open Space, or the Parks and Open Space Master Plan contract and funding award, since you talked about
I
it
move
last night.
to approve the Parks and Open Space Master Plan funding award.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Okay, so that was item
Good job,
11.
Paul and Kelsey.
11.
And Adam.
Okay.
Good job,
All right.
team.
Thanks for sticking with us.
It's 11 p.m. So how long is your presentation going to take, you think?
Our presentation will not take too long. I'm going to give you 30 seconds of intro. Bob
Okay.
and Josh from the committee
Okay.
will make the presentation and
Sure,
the
go ahead.
ask.
If everybody's okay with that. Okay.
And Jesse, Josh is going to be the one joining, so he will join the to be made a panelist while I give the introduction.
Josh, what's your last name?
Is it Minot or Minot? Minot. M-I-N-O-T. I don't know how to spell it. Okay.
You're not on there yet, though, right?
I'm not, no. Let me hop on there.
You can also use mine if you want. I have stuff open. Okay, so
Martha,
You want me to?
I think she's just hanging out. You can leave if you'd like.
Okay.
Just
Take some
hanging out. It's an open meeting. She is a resident, after all.
okay. Good evening. So Erica Qualentol, Deputy Director of Capital Projects. I'm going to give you a brief introduction. This is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee coming back to you with their revisions and final draft of their project plan for the bicycle and e-bicycle sidewalk and shared use path safety plan. You have been briefed on this initially, and Andrew has been a part of a lot of these conversations as the council liaison to the committee. Tonight, they are going to be presenting you with some of their final recommendations, as well as a couple of key asks. The motion is written in your packet as approving the project plan, and you can move around things in there certainly, but the key components of that are included in the ask are to spend $8,700 out of the Penny for Paths fund to go towards, or at least no more than $8,700 to go towards signage and educational and outreach materials, content of which they will give you information on that. And then there's also some recommendations that they have compiled based on research around potential future ordinance changes. And so that is to get an idea of if that is something that you would like to start the process of looking at, or obviously the council will give us the guidance on how or when or if to proceed with those items. But this is the compilation of the committee's recommendations based on their research and input.
I have a request. I've read your proposal and everything. I think it's pretty awesome. I think you're probably moving towards a yes. And if you can truncate your presentation and know that there's likely a yes for you, I would encourage that at this time of night.
Okay, I hear you. My name is Bob Britt, and I serve as the vice chair of the Bike and Ped Committee. Josh, why don't you introduce? Okay. Well, let me move ahead so we can keep going. So our goals tonight were to gain a conceptual approval of the committee's recommended ordinances, our ordinance updates, subject to a comprehensive review, of course, by the city and going through the whole ordinance process, or at least starting that process. This request for ordinance updates is something that we will include in our work plan for May, and we hope it's going to be part of your FY27 policy priorities and strategies. Second, we want to gain approval of the committee's proposed education plan, including its budget, and to be paid for, as you heard, through Pennies for Path, if it's not prohibited to use that money, and potentially out of some other source. So we're not planning to restate the whole background tonight. We presented at the October 20th City Council meeting. The issues we're trying to address is this rising public complaints related to excessive bicycle and e-bike speeds on shared use paths and sidewalks, the lack of audible warnings when passing, and an increasing number of minors and others riding high-powered e-motorcycles and e-mopeds on our shared use paths and sidewalks that do not fit the legal definition of an e-bike. As an update to our October presentation, we were able to confirm with Chief Sproult and Attorney McNeil that e-mobility devices with a power system equal to or greater than 1,000 watts require a driver's license, registration, and insurance, and cannot be on our paths and sidewalks, and that speed limits are not enforceable on shared use paths and sidewalks under state law, although speed limit advisories are enforceable. Our speed advisories are legal, but not enforceable. So I didn't let you introduce yourself, but then I'll move on with the ordinance updates.
Yeah, Josh Mina at Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and yeah, I'll leave it to you, Bob, on ordinance.
Okay. So first off, the committee has, as the committee has stated before, the city's bicycle ordinances are already in good shape. We believe that they are missing the state's definition of an e-bike and the wording that classifies them as bicycles. That's the class 1 through 3, electric motor, no greater or less than 750 watts. So part of what we're recommending for ordinance updates is to allow e-bikes that fit the definition and other e-mobility devices like e-scooters under the 750 watts to be allowed on the paths as they are now, and to effectually ban mopeds, e-motorcycles, and bicycles with combustion engines. So, so that would be coming forward and looking for your buy-in. We would like to establish the speed advisories, 15 miles an hour on paths that are 8 foot wide or wider, 10 miles per hour on narrower paths and sidewalks. We also want to add to the ordinance the term shared use path because being equivalent to the terms recreation path and bicycle path that are currently used in the city ordinances. So any questions about the ordinance we're proposing? They were
E-bike
spelled out.
classifications as bicycles means they have to have pedals. Is that what you're saying? Is that?
Yes.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I had a quick question. Are throttles included in?
Yeah, class 2, you can have a
Who's the
throttle,
throttle? Okay.
but
But the
again, it's
750
limited.
watts.
It can only assist up to 20 miles an hour, or doesn't need assist, but it can only go up to 20 miles per hour. Again, we're not trying to discourage the use of e-bikes. We think that it's the best thing for the environment and getting more people out doing healthy things. So, okay, we'll switch over now to our education plan.
Sounds good. I'm just going to move through. We had a background slide in here. So for, ordinance only gets us so far. So we do need some way of actually communicating changes and ideally renewing sort of our shared culture around the shared use paths and establishing norms. So here's where we would like to introduce a code of conduct, and this will really be put into practice through signage and education. But I think it's worth just briefly touching on the language we want to use and what we want to focus on for this code of conduct. Despite saying code of conduct, we'll probably pitch this as more of a respect the share type message rather than something a little bit more rigid like code of conduct. And I think it can be summed up pretty well looking at some of these rules in addition to the speed advisories. So these are things like keep right, warn when passing, slow when passing, stay aware. That's a shout out to those wearing headphones on the paths and other distraction issues. And then really making it clear that we do have this new, ordinance around the e-bikes in the future. So again, nothing terribly revolutionary there, but I think it's really renewing the norms around the paths, and it's an opportunity to do so, not just for e-bikes, obviously, but all users, yeah.
One quick comment on the rules. On the shared use paths, most of these seem to relate to bicycles. And people, when they see them, they go, oh, they're talking about the bikes. I think it's really important to highlight that you're talking about walkers as well, particularly with the stay aware. You want me to use my bell to let people know I'm coming, but half the people don't even hear it because they're not staying aware. So I hope that you can really make sure that that message is getting to the pedestrians too, because they're the ones who feel like they're protected and they don't have to do anything to respect the share.
Right. Yeah. And that is part of the plan, is to make sure that we're talking to all the users.
And I think when bikes maybe are the more operative party, it's to be expecting that. Don't be surprised or think it's odd to be warned that someone's behind you is also important too. But
along the same lines, when I read through this presentation before tonight, and I didn't see anything indicating that there would be some verbiage on the signs about, people walk around with their noise cancellation on now. And I bike commute and I am screaming at people and they can't hear me. I don't know if there's a way to, and that's more dangerous for them than it is for me. And I consider myself a very responsible cyclist. Just throwing that out there. Maybe there's something that could be placed on these signs to tell people, please don't put your noise cancellation on if you're sharing a path, or I don't know exactly what it would say.
Yeah. No, I think bullet point 4 is definitely in conversation with that. There's a question, is that language? Is it a symbol with a headphone crossed out? Things like that. I think we're going to work with some folks and staff to figure out what makes the most sense there, but definitely thinking about that pretty centrally. Great. So that's the code of conduct, and then actually putting that into practice here. Again, I mentioned the two main ways of doing so. Our education plan consists of school safety days, giveaways, various online courses that we can promote throughout the community, and then newsletter, social media outreach. Really thinking about targeting some of the younger audience here. I think there's a known concern with e-bikes and e-motos and things of that nature. So finding a way to engage kids and their parents so that these norms are getting through to them is a key consideration here. And that's where the public education on e-bike rules, etiquette, battery safety, all of these things, making sure we're not just sort of reaching the normal group here that might be clued in to bike safety and topics like that. And then, as I said previously, something that drives not a small part of the budget is signage as well. We would like to have visual artifacts out on our network showing folks what we're expecting, articulating the code of conduct. So this would be a combination in what we're envisioning, some sandwich boards, some lawn signs, and working with city staff to make something that's engaging. It's not just throwing text at people as they're going by at 10 or 15 miles an hour. And then being strategic too, making sure we really think about where we're placing these, Vermont Green Games, things like that, where there's a high volume and an opportunity to interact with folks. So that's sort of how we want to put this into practice and get these norms out there in front of people.
It's all about courtesy, and that's the word that that's the message we're going to try to get out to the public. And we'll start if you approve the budget.
So do we need to make a motion?
So maybe just a little discussion.
What was the 8,700? Was that the budget?
Yes.
Okay. And you think it can come out of the pennies per path fund? Oh, here comes a comment.
Yeah, so I have discussed this with our finance team after reviewing the ballot language, and based on the way that it's framed, it is our opinion that it is fine to use that, and it is a no more than 8,700 is the way that it's laid out, just based on best guess.
Okay.
So I think this is all great. You guys have done amazing work. The one thing that I still don't love is the speed advisory. I think it's both overly broad and under-inclusive. Like if there's no one around, 15 just feels too slow. If there are people around, honestly, it feels too fast. I really like the one before passing, slow when passing on the sign. I think that really gets to the nub of it, how we should be behaving. So I personally could do without the speed advisory. Other than that, I think everything's great.
I hear what you're saying, but if you just put a number out there, some people are going to they're going to take that into account, and probably hopefully some people will go 15 rather than 30. So it is an advisory. It's not. It's a common sense suggestion in general for the paths when there are other people on it. So.
Again, when there's other people, I think it's actually too fast. So I think it doesn't really hit the safety issue that we're trying to hit. Honestly, I think
that's what said 10 miles an hour when walkers are present.
And
no, to 10 miles an hour.
It's 10 miles.
An hour on sidewalks.
I mean, the message that we're going to get across is that reduce speed when other users are present.
Right.
So we want that out there, and 5 miles an hour may be too fast.
I agree with that.
Dog on a
I
leash,
agree with that.
So you got to be careful.
But that's why, again,
and
for me, the 15 just
that's
doesn't
what
do
these series of articles in the other paper and the bulletin to keep reinforcing the courtesy that we're looking for from people, and we've got to bring up all those situations. A runner going by a pedestrian, let them know you're going by.
there been any studies that you're aware of on the efficacy of putting these speed limits up just as a, I mean, I'm in favor of it, but just as a suggestion of, this is roughly where you're going too fast. I mean, we're not going to have enforcing, like an enforcement mechanism, let's be honest. So,
And,
all right. So,
and we don't really want, we know we're not going to get the enforcement, and we want people to go 25 if they're early morning commuter and there's nobody
else,
around.
yeah.
So we just felt like we should just put some kind of advisory, and we looked at the other municipalities, what they were doing, and it seemed like 15 on the shared use paths and 8 to 10 on the sidewalks.
Yeah,
we went with
it's
that.
reasonable. It's reasonable. So, yeah, it's a good advisory speed. If you're alone,
Except if you're early morning.
exactly. But that he just said, yeah, if you're alone and there's nobody on the path, it's your prerogative.
You're gonna do what you do.
Yeah, we know what you're gonna do. You're gonna go over 15.
I will respect that that's an advisory. And I will act respectfully.
So you need a motion for the appropriation.
So moved.
So we have a motion. Second. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Good work.
Thank you.
One
Thank you.
quick note is that, did you know there's a tugboat named the James J. Minot that used to be docked on Martha's Vineyard back in the 60s and early 70s?
That is total news to me, but I'll file it away under my not facts.
Look it up. Look up Coastwise Wharf, James J. Minot, and you'll find some pictures.
Okay,
around
good
Facebook.
intel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We're on to item 14, which is, can I have a motion to convene as liquor commission?
Motion to approve to convene as liquor commissioner.
Enter liquor commission first.
Motion to convene as liquor commissioner.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now convened as liquor commission. Can I have a motion to approve all of these license applications?
So
I'm not
moved.
going to read all.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We need a motion to come out of liquor
So
commission.
moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now out of liquor commission. We are at item 15, which is review significant agenda for next week of all the things that we tabled tonight.
So the two things you tabled tonight and the 2026 committee application and interview process, and a proposal from our common action manager on increasing our EV charging rates.
They're too high as they are now.
We are subsidizing them, so
Oh, good.
let us know.
All right. That's item 15. Is there any other business?
I hate to say
Oh
this.
my Lord! And it's 11.
Do we hold other business till our
Going to be
next meeting?
really fast.
Okay, fast.
I sent this to you, Tim, and copied Jesse. 3 really quick things, and we can figure out where they go. One is I would like to get my colleagues' support to support a letter from council to the State Department of Transportation asking for acceleration of the Williston paving project due to serious degradation costs to the city in terms of patching, plowing, liability, and safety. And I know Tom has worked on this, but I feel like it couldn't do any harm to try to give some visibility to that if possible. So I'm looking for permission to allow me to work with Jesse and potentially Tom, who hasn't heard this before, on some kind of letter that may come from council. Can I get that?
I'm for that. Yeah.
Second one is, and we can discuss this the next meeting, but I know we took the charter committee off of the May meetings for discussion with council, but because there's been some change in leadership and with Anna Lawn stepping down, I wondered, and there would not be a draft work plan because their work comes from council. I did wonder if it made sense to include at least the chair of the committee, who is Peter Taylor now, in the May conversations, just to have a dialogue about potential activity there. We don't have to do anything with that. We can take that up next. And then lastly was, I think you may have all read about the significant fraud issue by a phishing scam at the Chittenden Solid Waste District.
No, I haven't read about it. I'm going to go read about it.
And I just thought it might be good because we have a lot of capital projects, and this scam really blindsided Chittenden Solid Waste, that maybe we just get an understanding of what our governors are within our own financial system.
Oh. No, it was in the other paper. Was it in VT Digger? Has it been in the Free Press? How long ago was this? Oh, I'll have to go find it.
I have one item that I'll throw out
Yes,
there.
what she said.
Just a quick one, which is I would like.
Do you want me to put that? do you want me to put that on the agenda? CSWD briefing?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fraud protection is always important.
In the spirit of the way Elizabeth asked for permission to pursue, I would like to ask permission to pursue with city manager and our chief some request for a task force.
I think so. I don't know how to approach this, right? But there's a need for a discussion to happen to figure out what to do when this happens again,
Mhm.
right? But the state police have got to be there, because I heard a lot of people complaining about the state police and a little bit about Burlington, right? So I feel like the Vermont State Police were not on the same wavelength that our police force was.
Mhm.
And I would like to have that ironed out first. So is that something that the chief needs to work with his counterparts first to get an understanding about what these departments are supposed to do in these situations? How would we go about this?
So this is not under your purview.
I
at
know
all.
that. I know.
I think what you're
this-
saying is very important, Tim, but what I was asking is that we do this with our community partners, with our staff and our community partners, so that we can start communication to try and be more prepared for the future.
I think this needs more discussion personally. I think we need time to consider who are those community partners. How might the people they're trying to protect become more vulnerable by participation in something like this? I just think there may be privacy issues. There may be conflicts of purpose, and we need to carefully consider the role of government officials in getting into situations where we may be suggesting what these groups ought to be doing, or how they ought to respond in situations where I just think it's a very delicate issue with a lot of different. It's a very complex issue, and I wouldn't want to see us rushing it. And I am all in favor of doing everything that we can. Anyway, I think I've made my point. Thanks.
I retract for now and I moved. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna move on.
I was just going to move to adjourn.
Can I go back to reports for just a quick second to mention two quick things to you?
We didn't do that.
One, we are moving ahead with what Andy sent around to you all for conversations with the counselor, that schedule and those assignments. So you are free to swap around as much as you want. Just let Andy know so you can publicize, but we are going to start booking those dates. And then two, just quick from the airport. They are collecting donations to support their federal employees who are in a partial shutdown and not being paid. So if you are interested, they have a BTV, Leahy BTV Instagram, social media has a list of how you drop things off for them and what you can drop off. So just encourage neighbors to look at that. Thanks.
Great. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, folks, for being patient for very two important items.